Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Friday, February the 18th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. I need a couple of yeses to let me know that you can. Thank you, William. You can hear me and you can see my screen. Okay, let me get set in my other monitor. Okay, so on a personal note, now I'm watching this NRGV for another 20 break. So when I got up this morning, as you guys, if you're in the room yesterday, you know that we had these three or four crazy ones, NRGV, the ISPO, and those two were absolutely crazy. And the other one, what was that one? ANGH. Anyway, the high of yesterday for this NRGH was just around 14, a little over 14. So when I woke up this morning, this is what I'm seeing. I'm seeing a break over that high. And so I took some over 15. Okay, I wanted to see how it was trading. Took some over 15 and whoosh, got all the way up to 23. I'd love to say I sold everything at 23. Of course I didn't, but made a nice little in the middle 2/3, as I always call it. Now I'm going to wait and see if it takes out 20 again. So nice little quick trade for me this morning. Other things happening, lots of things happening actually. DraftKings, yeah, look like, if you just read these, the initial headlines, looks like it's good. I think their revenue was up, but again, losses. So anyway, DraftKings is down on earnings. DKNG down on earnings, almost a lifetime low. So no Super Bowl pump for it. So, a couple of crazy ones from yesterday. Also, these were late, and we may be in SPAC mania again, guys, for a while. QNGY, another crazy one from yesterday, held kind of after hours, and then look at this morning. So QNGY, they actually tried. Well, not try. They had some news. Actually, that was yesterday. Today is this 18th. Yeah, so that actually was yesterday. It says something about orders for 1,000 plus sensors. So they did actually have a little press release, but that was actually early. Redfin, is that Redfin? RDFN? Yeah, Redfin Corp. So another earnings play just getting beaten up. This is one of those ones where you have to watch to see if it really from here starts to move down all day on earnings. Now the only difference, what I'm really trying to find, of course, is another AMPL like yesterday. That was an awesome alert from the 10-day daily breakdown, the AI. What it had going for it, of course, was it was an all-time low too. Redfin is not an all-time low, but still really weak, really weak. Another little one from yesterday, FSRD. I think it's kind of a little bit choppy, but it is up 21%. Again, another SPAC from yesterday. Roku, holy smokes. In retrospect, you look at this and you think, well, why didn't I see all this? This was unsustainable at $500, and since then is now 104. Man. And that's less than a year ago for Roku. So another earnings play for Roku, or this is another earnings play. Roku just getting killed here, 27% down. All right, there is the NRGV over 20. I'm going to have to see what I'm going to do on that one. eDry, some analyst suggested this was a good one to buy from Noble Research. Don't know them at all. But anyway, eDry, that's why the gap up. Not very much volume, but a big gap up, 13.5%. Cells, CELZ is up because I don't know. I always hesitate because just in case a headline pops in. I don't see any news for it today, but that's a big gap, 19%, lots of volume. It's a very low float, 5.9 million in the float. Just don't see any news for it today. Doma. This is an all-time low. Unfortunately, it's pretty cheap. Doma is an all-time low on earnings. DOMA on earnings. Not very much volume yet. They released after hours. You can see the mauve area here. This is the big reaction after hours, and it's kept that gap down. It hasn't popped at all. Just a little cheap though, but it is shortable for me in Interactive Brokers, so we'll have to see. CGNX. Another earnings play. I know Real has been talking about this. No volume yet, but again, they released after hours, so that was the big reaction after hours. Big pop up, kind of maintaining. Let's see what the high was. Looks like it was around 69.82. So it's it's drifted down a little bit, but not a huge amount. Shake Shack. Shake Shack, another earnings play. Another one getting beaten up. PPL. Another earnings play, and another one kind of getting beaten up. A little bit of a recovery off that bottom here, but again, these are just stocks that are on the move in the pre-market. Once this market opens, we just have to wait and see what sort of trend. Something that has been beaten up, will it continue being beaten up, or will it have a bounce? I mean, we just have to wait. And let's see, anything else on my the one from yesterday, AMPL, is still weak. This could be a second day down on earnings. I mean, it is still weakening, lots of volume. So this could be another just continuation down. It's an all-time low, of course. Nothing is propping this up on the charts. It's just a matter of, okay, when will some decide, okay, enough is enough, and start to try to take a bounce on it? You first. All right, the NRGV holding over 20 now. What was the pre-market high? And this really has no news. No news that I can see. Now, I wonder, is this ISPO dead? It hasn't utterly collapsed. I mean, it's down, yeah, I know it's down $19, but remember, this was $108 yesterday. It was a crazy one. So it hasn't utterly collapsed yet. Not shortable for me, unfortunately, in Interactive Brokers, even if I wanted to try. I'm just looking at some of my anything else showing up. FFIE is showing, well, wow. I thought this was up at $10 a couple of days ago. I guess I'm wrong. FFIE, another EV play, I guess. Yeah, it's doing nothing. Okay, it's just showing up on a gap down, but that was earlier. The market is basically flat right now, okay? We had a little bit of a gap up in the pre-market, but it has given all that up and basically flat right now. SPY is basically where it closed yesterday. So yeah, Justin, sorry, are you part of the test drive, or are you a subscriber? You're part of the test drive? Yeah. So I mean, I saw your question earlier. Sorry I didn't answer it. I was still doing some work. But you know, we don't what we don't say here is okay. Yes, this is a good stock to trade. I mean, the program is called Trade Ideas. You know, we have different types of setups. You have to understand or try to figure out okay, what sort of a trader are you in terms of a plan? Are you a momentum trader? Are you a pullback trader? You know, what do you like to see? If you're brand new to trading, you probably don't know though. So that's why you've got to practice, 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 okay? We have a simulator. I would, first thing, if you're new to trading, I mean, I don't know if you're new to trading, but if you're not new to trading, okay, but if you're new, but we do have a simulator that you can practice trading on, okay? You say but you said you can't short. If you're a day trader and you can't short, then you're only a half day trader, okay? Because I mean, you know, ways to make money in this market on the upside and the downside. Now, you're saying you cannot. Is it a brokerage requirement or a brokerage restriction? Have you taken a look at any of my? Have you taken a look at any of my scans? You know, I'm sharing. I don't know if you've been in the room since Monday. I'm sharing a lot of scans, but again, these are just scans that I put together. Okay, so you've taken a look at some of my scans. Okay, so again, these are just scans that I've put together. You know, and again, the program is called Trade Ideas. So just because you get an alert doesn't mean okay. It says, you know, it's moving higher, therefore I'll buy it because it's going to keep moving higher. No. I don't know what the float is for NRGV. Let me see if I can check another source. It's so new, sometimes it's really hard to get a handle on these new ones. It's not going to be very high. See, I'm even looking at FinViz. They don't even have it listed as a stock. So really 28 million, that many? Okay. I'm always amazed. I know there's a way within, I should know this. I know there's a way within IB that I can check for things like that. But it's funny because everybody goes to FinViz, you know, for a lot of this stuff, and they don't even have it listed as a stock yet. All right, it is now 9:13, so I'm going to do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades from the analyst today. Just going to do a quick check to see from briefing.com. And we do not have too many of each, so I'll get them in now. Raymond James with an upgrade for FSLY after it got hammered yesterday. JP Morgan upgrading CGNX, the earnings play today that Real was talking about earlier. This might be an interesting one. Let me get this last one in. So for some reason, Goldman is upgrading BEKE. Let's take a look at what it's doing pre-market. Let's see if there's any action at all. Actually, there is a little bit of action for BEKE. Goldman upgrading them. Yeah, so the question from our YouTube room, what website am I using to get, checking earnings. I don't use any website to check earnings. I just use Trade Ideas. I thought you were talking about the upgrades, downgrades. Upgrades and downgrades is just something from briefing.com. I don't check anything for earnings. I just use trade ideas. And if you're talking about analyzing, I don't analyze earnings, if that's what you mean. I just care, have they released earnings or not? After hours yesterday or pre-market today? That's all I really care about. And then I look at what the market reaction is to it. So it's not like I dive into, check everything they've said. All right, downgrades here. VNT. This got hammered yesterday. Is VNT another TME downgraded by Goldman, downgrading a beaten up stock already. And JP Morgan downgrading API. I think that one was hit hard yesterday also. Okay, so Robert, when you look at the toolbar, the Trade Ideas toolbar, do you see a green ball? Hopefully you can see my screen. I'm pointing at a green ball, which means that you have a live connection. If your ball is not green, that means you are not getting alerts. It means you're not connected. Yeah, no, that's not an issue. Okay, you're fine. So your connection is, so as long as that ball is green. Now, are you brand new today, or did you, or have you had it since Monday, and getting no data at all? Hopefully, or did you have data yesterday, for instance, or are you brand new today? I may have to send you to our accounting just to check to make sure. Oh, you have some data? Okay, well, if you have some data. When you say you can't get the scanners to work, what do you mean by that exactly? Some scanners don't work in the pre-market. Okay, you notice here, these ones that I'm displaying, they don't work in the pre-market because I have a relative volume filter in. And if you have a relative volume filter, if you're using that, look, by the way, sorry guys, I'm just taking a look at this CPTN. Look at this CPTN. This is the other crazy, stupid one from yesterday. Got all the way up to $81. Yes, yeah. Some if you have a relative volume filter as part of your filters with a value in there, you'll get nothing in the pre-market. Okay, it's just the way it works because it wants to know the volume once the market starts. So if you have any sort of a value in there, it'll block any data from coming in the pre-market. But this is what I use in the pre-market. My pre-market, I've got my pre-market actives up and down, gap up and down, okay? I'm sharing this. You just have to go to my website, homepage, and check out the scan section. Just check out go to the scan section, and you'll see all the scans that I have that I'm sharing. And again, this is what I use in the pre-market. This gets me set up. Just because a stock is ripping in the pre-market doesn't mean it's going to follow through once the market opens. But at least we know that something is unusual happening to some of these stocks in the pre-market, and so that's why it's a good idea, just to kind of track them for a while anyway. But again, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. And if you're new to trading, I probably wouldn't trade in the first 30 minutes. Just to let things settle down a little bit. You know, in the first 15 minutes, things can go up, down, up, down, up, down. And yes, you will miss, like I did yesterday, you know, Ample. I missed Ample. Well, I finally did take a trade in Ample, but you know, this was at 9, back up here. So that's at 9:30, okay? And that came on my 10-day daily breakdown. And look what it did. I mean, it broke down $5 without any sort of a pull-up at all. So, you know, I've resigned myself to the fact that I'm going to miss some of these because I'm not going to take these in the first 15 because that could have just as easily zipped up before it came back down again. No, go to my. I put my link in. So if you go to my home page, just go to my home page. There's the link. Click on the link. Everything's here. Okay, here's my all my scans that I'm sharing, including these are the 4 that I use in the pre-market: gap up, gap down, pre-market act is up, and pre-market act is down. Those are the 4 I use in the pre-market. I have other scans. I'm really enjoying this one, the gap continuation or reverse while we're in earnings season. Getting a lot of very interesting plays out of that. Now, the idea, of course, is not to take every single one of them and load them. I mean, you'll never get anything done. You know, you might want to only have about maybe 3 alert windows, maybe a couple of top list windows, and that's about it. So, Clark, just click on my link. Okay, just put the link in again. Just click on the link. Okay, click on the link and you'll be brought to this page. Okay, you'll be brought to this page. Of course, here's a way you can take out a subscription, etc. But here are my scans. So just click on my link, be brought to this page, click here, my scans. Okay? Now, what are we now? 9:23. Let's take a quick look to see what the sectors are doing, the major sectors. Usually do this about 10 minutes before the market opens. Maybe you get a bit of a clue what's happening. Right now the market is, it's fading just a little bit. The SPY is, excuse me, the SPY was at one point reasonably positive. Now it's slightly under. So these are the major sectors right here. Okay, so for instance, here is the major ETF for energy, XLE. These are the stocks that make up that sector. So what that 100% means, 100% of them are down from yesterday's close. So right now, if you were wanting to take an energy play, probably not the right sector to be in, okay? As an example. It's funny because when we see this every morning, usually it's all in or all out. In other words, what I'm saying is that usually 100% of them are up or 100% of them are down. Now, we have seen a couple of days where it's been 50-50, but usually it's all or nothing. Let's see, is there any strong sector? Yeah, you know, you can say that perhaps technology, 71% of the stocks are up from yesterday's close. Okay, that's what those percentages refer to, okay? Now, we look at this half an hour from now, and it could be a completely different picture. But right now, unless something dramatically happens, you know, for energy, you know, a lot of it is tied to what's happening with, you know, Russia, Ukraine, etc. So all of a sudden, if we get word out that, hey, imminent invasion, you know, look out for energy stocks. But it's always a good idea if you're going to trade in a stock in a specific sector, check to see what the sector is doing. Are you going against the tide? Okay, I'm just checking some thumbnail charts. Actually, you see the AMPL actually had a bit of a pop here. Not much, but a bit of a pop. Still very weak. All right, just checking this SMFL. Okay, so this was it's actually a bit of a pop yesterday, but now it is just drifting down. I wonder if they're doing a financing. Yeah, well, they did a finance. They actually, oh, I see. No, it started trading 2 days ago. Ugly one. Ugly, ugly, ugly one so far. But remember yesterday, I mean, we had, if you weren't here yesterday, I always type this in wrong, ISPO. So if you weren't here yesterday, look what happened with this one. So this was a SPAC, turned into ISPO, okay? Started trading as ISPO 4 days ago. First day, nothing. Second day, nothing. Third day, nothing. I mean, these are just basically 11.75. Yesterday, gets up to 109. $108. So I see some of these China stocks are getting beaten up a little bit here. I see PDD and Billy, BILI. And these are not earnings. Goldman Sachs downgraded Billy to neutral and any sort of a price target they put on. $43 price target. Well, it's below that now. Okay, one moment, please. Yeah, so DMSC, if you, almost open now, okay, less than a minute to the open. Okay, so quickly, if you go to new from our toolbar, click on new, docked channel bar, okay, and then get down to sector status. Click on sector status, and that brings that up. You can have this up and running all day long if you want, you know, just as a guide. You don't have to. I don't, but I mean, you can if you want. Can shrink it down a bit so you can keep an eye on what the sectors are doing. But all right, everybody, the market's going to open in about 10 seconds. Let's have a great end to this trading week. All right, we are now open. So DKNG has not really popped yet. Well, I say yet. It has not popped. Not that I'm not anticipating a pop. I just mean it hasn't popped. Still down on earnings in a big way. Now the ATRA, I know you guys were talking about the ATRA. It's all based on their data. I mean, this actually got all the way down to 950. Came close up here at 12, so it's a little bit erratic. Volume is starting to pick up though. 84 million in the float, so it's not Not low, not excessively high, but crashes after fatal adverse event in kart trial. So there was some bad news. Which channel? It's called sectors. Are you talking about the sectors, Rich? It's called sector status, okay? Sector status. Click on the dock channel bar, okay? And then scroll down to where it says sector status. And we have our first halt of the day. This one, you got to be really careful. I mean, look at this. This is going to have a monster open. Monster open. This is halted at 35.04. And if this maintains, this is from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is giving a glimpse into the future, okay, where it may open. Of course, you can see it changes, but right now, 43.74. Right now, if it's a 5-minute halt, this will open in 9:35 plus 49 seconds. KPTI, a little pop here. Wow, KPTI, big pop here, not little. KPTI, you really nothing in the pre-market. No idea this was going to happen. Look at the volume coming in, but no action really. I don't know if there's any. I don't see any specific news, but it's early. It's called time and sales, Wolfhound. Time and sales. We have another halt, guys. Time and sales, okay? FSRD, guys, this just got halted. This could be interesting. I mean, it hit, what was the high yesterday? 482 was the high yesterday, so it's right at the high of yesterday. Intel, what's happening with Intel? INTC. Intel on the way. Wow, what a gap down here. I don't see any specific news other than Barclays cutting it to 45 from 50. Jeffries, so it's being downgraded. But again, guys, it is early. It is early. Look at Redfin. Redfin's actually having a big bounce here. Redfin, a big bounce. RDFN. Look at China EV on the way down here. NIO. Boy, that's a tough one to hold on to. I mean, it just jumps all over the place every single day, it seems. Doesn't want to really break out anymore. There's another one, guys. ANGH got halted on the way up also. The other crazy one from yesterday. Oh man, KPTI continues here. This is on the 10-day daily breakout. I didn't take it. Again, it's just too early for me to want to hop into these. But, there it goes. KPTI. I don't see any news on it. All right, let's take a look at what the market is doing as we start. So NAS is down a little bit, Dow's down a little bit, SPY is basically flat, so nothing. You're talking about the 10-day daily breakout, Paul? That's what it's called. So if you go to my homepage, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, go to my homepage, go to the scan section, and it's called the 10-day daily breakout, okay? Whoa, we're getting lots and lots of things breaking down. Space, SPCE breaking down. KWEB. China Internet breaking down. This is the ETF. KWEB, so a way to play China stocks, I guess, overall. KWEB. Boy, there's some just a lot of stocks just getting creamed here on the open. Space and Fubo, DraftKings, DKNG. Take a look at Fubo. Here's Fubo. Fubo is an earnings play to next week. I wouldn't wouldn't hold my breath. Almost an all-time low for Fubo, guys. FUBO. Watch out if it takes out 9. I mean, there's nothing going to hold this up. I mean, low is 874. I'm going to stick an alert. I'm going to stick an alert down there and see if it gets close to there and just continues down. And we have another halt, SKYH, another fairly new IPO or SPAC. I think it might have been a SPAC. Another halt here. All right, FSRD just resumed. So if you look left, next high looking left is 610, I believe. It's a low float. Okay, Justin, you should look that up, okay? Look up what warrants mean. Just do a Google search. Probably takes you to something like Investopedia, and you'll get a real good definition of what it all means, okay? All right, so this one has not opened. This is a longer than a 5-minute halt for CPTN. A lot of stocks moving down, though I don't see the market just absolutely getting trashed yet. I mean, the market is just kind of holding here. There's that first 15-minute SPY candles, really not doing too much. But I'm just seeing a lot of, well, not maybe a lot. It's just the same stocks getting hammered down, like the DraftKings and the Space and the Fubo. Well, there's DraftKings, guys, showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. Just give me a moment here, guys. Okay, again, I don't normally do this the first 5 minutes even, but I'm doing something with the DraftKings. Obviously on the short side. It just looks so darn weak. So I'm in. I mean, the alert happened in 1856. I'm in right around there, 1851. Now it gets back up there immediately. I'm out, and then I'll take a look at it later. Yeah, I don't like taking them this early, but. And luckily, I had no problem getting it, even though the uptick rule is in effect. I got an instant fill. Again, I'll get out of this if it hits 1850, and then I'll. Okay, guys, sorry. Okay, now eight. I have to actually check here. What is the next low looking left? Looks like 1732 on the daily chart. I'm not saying it's going to get there. Boy, look at Run also. Run. Is this an earnings play? It actually is an earnings. It is an earnings play. It really didn't do too much in the pre-market. Market opens though. This is an earnings play also. Is it an alert window? I don't know that one. So is it an alert window, Trader Justin? I mean, I don't know. I could look it up. Is it an alert window? Does it have an A in the top left hand corner for that one for the high volume movers? Oh, it is a top list. I don't know why. You got to give me some time here. I'm just trying to manage this DraftKings trade. Oh, it's a multi-strategy window. Okay, so races can't be run on a multi-strategy window. Only in a topless window. So it has to have a T in the upper left-hand corner. All right, guys, I've covered some at 1812-ish, okay, for the DraftKings from 1851, just in case it cannot get through 18. Again, I'm not trying to tell you how to trade this, but now let's see if it can really crack through 18. So I've got my breaking down on volume and I've got my breaking up on volume. I'm getting nothing on the breaking up on volume. Everything is on the breaking down on volume. Just waiting to see if this DraftKings can take out 18. And okay, MTEK on the way up here, guys. MTEK on the way up. This could get halted if it moves up a little bit more rapidly. All right, DraftKings right at 18. There we go. So I haven't looked at the other ones in the 10-day daily breakdown. Let's see, PPL 2670. So it's not really broken down from there. This was in yesterday, FSLY 1913. Hasn't broken down yet. And then the DOMA 221, a little cheap, but it's an all-time low. It is an all-time low. Meanwhile, Sunrun is just getting pummeled here, guys. So Redfin, after that initial pop up, I see it's, yeah, you're right, real. It's starting to move down. I have that one thumbnailed. Look at the actually big recovery for AMPL. Big recovery here. I mean, it's a long ways to go from where it was a couple of days ago, but all right, markets. Dow's down, SPY's down, NAS is down. First red candle in the 15-minute chart. Intel just getting clobbered here. INTC, big float, 4 billion. It's a big move, almost a 5% move. All right, guys, I've covered some more of the DraftKings just in case it doesn't, it has a bounce off this 18. I don't have very much left. Right around 18 covered. So we'll see what happens. A little more expensive one. This is an earnings play, QDEL, a little more expensive one. For those of you who don't mind playing these ones, looks like it's coming into quite a bit of resistance though on the daily chart for QDEL. Wow, look at this, man. This is just insane, isn't it? Look at the CPTN. I just noticed it opened and then it's already halted again. Well, this is a little star of the day, isn't it? FSRD on a percentage basis. FSRD, look at this, 71% now. The all-time high. Okay, so I can tell you this is a SPAC. So, because it looks like the all-time high should be 763, right? We're almost there. But then you look at the position in the lifetime range. It's only 33% above its in the lifetime range. How could that be if it's almost at the high when you look at this? That's because this was trading as some other symbol, probably a SPAC, and it was a lot higher at one point. I love the sound alerts. It just keeps me saying, okay, keep looking, keep looking, keep looking, especially if it's the same symbol over and over and over again. Basically, he's saying, don't forget about me. Here's another, is this another little crazy one? Yep, another little crazy one. Boy, we're in a bit of a different market now, starting yesterday, with these little crazy ones having these huge percentage moves. We haven't seen this for a while, especially with the SPACs. All right, RLGY is an earnings play. And again, if you're part of the test drive, you notice here it is, 1949. You don't have to get in right now, wash away trading. What I look at is the next high looking left on the monthly is 2103. So it's got some room on the monthly. On the weekly, the next high is 1994. So, it could easily stall around that 20 level. I'm not saying it's going to, but that's the sort of thing I don't like to see if I'm going to take a trade like this. But, it's up to you. It's entirely up to you. Redfin has been very erratic. RDFN has been pretty erratic. It had to pop up, it pulled back, and now it looks like it wants to move higher again. So this is not doing what I would like to it have done, is basically take out 20 and just keep moving down. And there's the, okay, so the PPL is getting weaker, guys. And this is in that 10-day daily breakdown. Plenty of shorts available at Interactive Brokers, 15 million shares. So this could be heavily shorted. People want to pile into this. All right, getting some of the breaking up on volume. NU breaking up on volume. Let's see. This all-time high was up here at, looks like 1224, so it's getting closer to that. NU. Big float, 1 billion in the float. Also Macy's breaking up on volume. Yesterday's high was 2650. So it's fairly close to that. So the market's putting in a bit of a green bar now. Okay, I'm not seeing no real, I mean, PPL is still weak. Actually, look what's happening with the ATRA guys. ATRA is actually trying to have a mini reversal here. ATRA. Well, glad I got out of the DraftKings. That was a quick one. Now, I will wait on this one again, see if it has any sort of this is maybe a momentary pullback. I'm going to put an alert around 1830 or so, see if it moves back down there later on. All right, so this one probably is not shortable for too many people. I do note that it's on the AI. To short QNGY, certainly not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Anybody have, I'm sure, my guess is that at E-Trade it's not shortable either. So anybody have shorts for this one? QNGY? It's possible at Centerpoint, but certainly not Interactive Brokers. Boy, what's happening with Macy's? Is it just retail, etc.? Well, ideas. I mean, I'm just talking about Macy's, Michael. Okay? I'm not saying to buy it, though. I'm just saying that this is, obviously Macy's is strong. There's one that's moving up. ATRA is a bit of a, you know, it's trying to do a reversal. Again, this is not recommending. Can do it. I'm not a financial advisor, but you can kind of see what ATRA is trying to do. It had a big drop. Now look at this one, guys. OEC breaking down through the 200-day moving average. It's an earnings play breaking down badly through the 200-day moving average. Really? QNGY would have had shorts early, really? Okay. There, you know, KPTI. I mean, you know, you're looking for potential longs. Look at KPTI now. But again, you're chasing it. But these are stocks that are on the way up. I still don't see any news on it. And RGLY, yeah, I mean RGLY from the AI. RGLY from the AI, 1949. You know, I mean, and it's getting close to 20. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it'll take out 20. That would be preventing me from taking this trade, but you know, that's just me. So if you have the AI, if you're part of the test drive, you saw the alert right here, 1949. Now it is at 20. And look at the SPY. Yeah, the SPY's putting in a nice little second 15-minute candle, green bar. So the Dow's now up. NASA's up, SPY's up. We've had a bit of a turnaround. Here's another 10-day daily breakout, COMM, C-O-M-M. So, I mean, I'm just pointing these out, Michael. I mean, it's not a matter of I'm not telling you to buy these, but these are stocks that are obviously pretty strong. COMM, an idea. New, I talked about new just a little while ago. Boy, that's about $1 since I talked about it. And it's almost an all-time high. I don't know what's going on with it. Aha! NU Holdings stock jumps 12% as Buffett and Tiger Global initiate stakes in it. So that is your news on new NU. All right, Raji is now at, well, it's just hanging around that 20 level. Look, if it takes it out with any oomph, then the next highs are up here around 21. All right, guys, I have to change my headset just to give me a moment here. So again, Michael, if you take a look at my my homepage, okay, it's got like momentum up, things like that. It's got 10-day daily breakouts, So I mean, you're looking for long ideas. Okay, there's DraftKings on the way down again, guys. I'm going to have to make a decision if it takes out 18. Macy's, good grief. I mean, Macy's just rocketing here. Big float, 300 million in the float. Look at this move from Macy's. Let's just do a little check of the retail sector. Okay, go to the dock channel bar and click on the sector status. And probably retail sector is looking pretty good right now. Consumer staples, consumer discretionary. So yeah, you can see right here. I mean, got some action going. Remember, energy was 100% up. Remember that? Now it's 50-50. So things are turned around. Healthcare is up. Technology is sort of hanging the same area. We're at 70%, I think, pre-market. And look at financials. I mean, 90% now are above yesterday's close. Yeah, my watch list is on the channel bar. Yes, so you'll get action like this. Boy, look at FSRD is still halted. All right, PPC. Oh, sorry, PPC on the way down. Pilgrim's Pride. I'm sorry, I was excited there. I thought it was PPL. Yeah, you can just click on sell. Yeah, you can just sell. You know, if you have, it's just like anything else in broker. If you're using Brokerage Plus, yeah, just click, highlight it, flatten it. Boy, look at this new. I mean, just surging on that. I don't know when that news came out about Buffett, but is it old news? Okay, I'm just. Actually, okay, I do see that 17. So that was yesterday, but definitely a great reaction. I mean, there was a reaction yesterday, I guess. I don't know if it was first time yesterday, but certainly a massive follow through. I'm just looking. Yeah, I'm looking at my IB headlines, and then. But something is just lighting a fire under Macy's here, M. Now, I mean, yesterday's high was 26.50. It's getting really close to that. We're getting in maybe short the top territory. That was, you're right. You mentioned that yesterday, Roberto, about Will Mead and you. All right, so for me in the PPL, I'm going to stick an alert down here on 26.65 and see if it takes that out later on. I did not get back into DraftKings, but that was great early trade for me. But you know, then it popped right back up, almost a 19. It has come right back down. In fact, this is a topping tail trade or idea from Zach now for a Macy's. Wow, look at the recovery for Shake Shack. Look at this recovery from 64 to 72. And listen, if you're new to trading, this is an active trading room, okay? I mean, if you're brand new to trading and brand new to the program, you're probably going, what the heck is happening? You've got to practice, you know? That's why I'm going to go over in a little bit, you know, taking our simulator and practice trading. Trading's not easy. I say that every single day, but it is not easy. All right, so I am actually sharing a layout, Jack. Okay, I'm actually sharing this layout. The only additional would be you'd see the AI. So I can give you the link for the layout. Make sure that if you do have a layout up and running, make sure you save it first. Save it to the cloud, okay? But this is a link to my layout. I can put this in here. And so what you'll see exactly what you see here with the addition of the AI. I've tucked it on also, okay? But again, I have to emphasize, if you have a layout already up and running, save your layout to the cloud. Now this is, yeah, okay, just please do that. Well, Palantir on the way down. PLTR, boy, it broke down through yesterday's low. What's yesterday's low? 1270. So It's way below yesterday's low. Syracuse, I don't know what you mean by that. No option to Platon or highlight which window. Don't know what you mean by that. Platon might be a misspell, but I don't know what you mean by that. Yeah, so you can highlight, just highlight them all, okay? Highlight them all. If I took a trade here, if I took a trade right here, I'll just buy it, okay, just to show you. Oh, well, I got to pick a number of shares. Thank you. You got to be smarter than the machine sometimes. So, well, I can't do it because it's halted. I picked one that's halted. Let's do PPL. Let me short this one just for fun, okay? All I'm trying to do is just show you how you can do it. Okay, so all you have to do now, you see how I have highlighted that? Okay, you can highlight everything and click flatten, or you could click on all and get rid, but you know, probably I don't know if it's the easiest way, but you can just highlight. See how now I've highlighted, just like normal spreadsheets. Now I can just click flatten, I'm out of everything, okay? You can also click on all, I guess. Not all of them are set up to run to 345, but you know, some have other time holds, but you're right. I mean, the ideal thing to do is you, with any sort of trading expertise that you have, is to manage the Holly exits on your own. Well, do you have the positions tab? All right, guys. Well, reality. It took out 20 without too many problems. So this is certainly turning into a nice one from the AI. There was the alert at 1949. It's at 2034 now, which represents about 4.3%. Most people probably couldn't have shorted the QNGY. However, boy, the reality is really working well now, guys. You took that one. Okay, now we're starting to get things breaking up on volume. Okay, there's Kraft, KHC. You know, at the beginning of the day, everything was breaking down on volume. Now I'm starting to get, and Kraft is through the 200-day moving average also. Yeah, so just an explanation. Conservative profit means getting out exactly when the AI gets out of the trade. Okay? That's what conservative profit means. So sometimes, you know, the AI will get out of a trade for various reasons. Sometimes a profit, I call it an artificial profit target is hit, but okay, a profit target is hit. Or sometimes some of these strategies have a certain hold period. You know, it could be an hour, could be to the end of the day. Okay. Sometimes an algorithm kicks in, so if the stock has moved up and then it starts to move down, it'll take profit. Okay. That's conservative profit. Moderate and aggressive are virtually the same. That's as if you held the stock all day. What would happen? Okay. Moderate will stop though if it ever gets stopped out. So if a stock gets stopped out, moderate will not continue to compute. Okay. How you trade it is up to you. Okay. This is just a guide. I don't like necessarily this aggressive, because this is saying ignore your stops. This is what would happen. It's just a what if scenario though, okay? But this is getting out exactly, conservative is getting out exactly. See, AI has not exited any trade yet. You can just see right here. But when the AI exits a trade on its own, then that conservative profit will be fixed for the day. Now, why I don't agree, you know, for instance, let's just say, for argument's sake, RLGY, which is working really well now, okay? It's almost $1. If the AI, sometimes there's a profit target of $1, okay? And this is just the way the strategy has been optimized. Why would you get out of the trade, though? Okay? This trade is still working. This trade is still working. Or if there was a hold period of an hour on this, okay? But it's still moving higher. Why would you get out of the trade? All right, so, you know, it's, wow, look at AMPL. What a massive comeback here. There's a $3 comeback for AMPL. Well, you don't have to, Grumpy. The AI gets out of every trade at the end of the day. But again, yeah, you don't have to. I mean, people ask, can the AI be used for swing trading? If you were in this RLGY trade, and it closed well, you know, near the highs, closed well, and you look left on a monthly, daily, or weekly chart, and you don't see very much resistance, sure, you can make up your mind to hold it. The AI just gets out of every trade at the end of the day. That's all. But you don't have to. And another nice one from the AI on the short side, the PPC. So far, so good. 24.45. You know, again, here you are. AI is having a great day so far. Now, then the unfortunate thing is that probably most people could not short the QNGY. AI doesn't know that though. That's the unfortunate thing. But you know, these two, certainly the reality has been a nice one. And you had this on the base, just on my simple basic new highs and lows reality here. Somebody mentioned Blaze. I think Real mentioned Blaze, BLZE. Another earnings play. All-time low. Didn't see this in the pre-market. Why? It didn't really do anything. Look at the pre-market on this. Really didn't do anything. It released earnings after hours yesterday. Really didn't do anything. And it took for the market to open to get trashed. All right. Well, let me see. I'll turn the AI strategies on now, just for fun. I never trade these, but I mean I never do this, but I've turned it on. I'm going to see what happens in the positions if it takes a trade. You just go to Brokerage Plus and you just highlight the trade and flatten it. F shadow. Once you see it, you can just flatten the trade. Shoot, look at that DraftKings now, DKNG. I'm just waiting for an AI to maybe show up. And guys, you can practice. If you're part of this test drive, you can practice. Yeah, I mean, I don't agree with auto trading, okay? But listen, you're bound and determined to try it. You can practice using our simulator, okay? Uses our real-time data. So if you have your own strategy that you'd like to auto trade to see how it would work, or if you do want to auto trade the AI, you can see how it would work using our simulator. I'm just waiting for one to show up. Well, that's the whole idea, though. If you want to exit later, I mean, you've got to be watching it. How do you know when are you going to exit later? I mean, that's the whole idea, though. When you're in the trade, you should be watching to see how it's trading and making a determination. Okay, I want to get out either half or flatten the entire trade. I mean, it's not unlike anything I've just done here. So if I take if I take this short trade right here for PPC and I short 200 at the market, yeah, but you can override it, okay? If this were an AI trade right now, so once you see it in your Brokerage Plus, you can just flatten it, get out of the trade. You just highlight it and flatten it, get out of the trade. You can override the AI once you're in the trade. I'm just waiting for an AI trade to show up. I didn't. These are the ones right now. I'm just waiting for another one. Let's see, RDFN. Yeah, I'd like to see it take out all this 2081. I mean, to me, it looks like there's pretty good support around 21. If it takes that out, though, you're right. Well, Sir Chris, I'm gonna have to wait to see if another AI trade comes in here. Okay, I just waiting to see for the next one. Hopefully there is one, and I'm just gonna see what happens. Well, I'm just waiting for I'm just waiting for an AI trade to show up. No, AI is the same. AI is just Holly's just a nickname for the AI. Okay, that's all. Just a nickname. Okay, guys, I'm just trying to. What is this GLS doing? That got halted and then it came right back down. Well, certainly the star today was our LGY. Now, again, if you're in this one, the AI is still up. Okay, let's just see. Okay, so here's a classic, absolute classic. If you had been able to short QNGY, and most brokers were don't have shorts available. But let's say you were able to short this one. Whoops. Where are you? Okay, let's just say you were able to short this one. And it got down to if you were able to enter around 494, look where it got down to. It got all the way down to 436. Okay, at this point you've got to be watching. The minute you see where the AI exited at 484, or sorry, 494, basically where it got into the trade. Hopefully nobody would do that. Okay, because you've got to be paid. You can't allow. That was a great percentage move at one point. All right, guys, PPC. Just a minute. Yikes, what have I done here? Here we go. All right, guys, just give me a moment here. I'm just trying to determine if I'm going to take something here. Okay, PPC. Yeah, forget about Senna. Sorry. Forget about Holly Grail, Holly 2.0, and Holly Neo, okay? You're probably looking at something from our web, or just forget about it, okay? It used to be that Holly Grail was the very first Holly that we had, and then Holly 2.0 was next, and then Holly Neo was the next one. In a nutshell, two was a little more aggressive than Grail, and maybe in terms of their stops, and Neo was even more aggressive, okay? We've scrapped that. It's just one big Holly now. Best way to watch it, just do this, okay? I don't even care. Who cares from what it comes from? In my opinion, anyway. I just do this, and this is what it shows me. Click on new. I would say we've scrapped that. Just click on new AI/Holly strategy trades window. This is the window that you'll see, and then all you have to do is wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them will be up to you. Okay, and what I would do is incorporate this window as part of your layout. All right, so now the markets are closed on Monday for President's Day, but Tuesday when you open trade ideas before 9:30 Eastern time, this window will be blank. Nothing happens until at least 9:35. You see the first alert was at 9:47 today. Meanwhile, Intel just keeps. This is a big move for a stock with $4 billion in the float. All right, PPL guys, we've got the two Hollies with PPC and PPL. Or two Holly alerts, I should say. PPL and PPC. Okay, again, look at the reality trade. I was saying there's no reason to sell it up here, but as this started to happen, you have to be taking profit. And, the AI is out of this trade right now. But you probably, when it was really struggling up here, to break out, and you see this very first red candle, that is where I would start taking profit. Okay, now the RDFN is a gap down and go. Boy, a lot of action this morning. A lot of action. Ugh, look at the CPT hand. Oh my gosh. Now DraftKings is chugging on the way down. I mean, Intel guys just getting crushed here. INTC just getting absolutely crushed here. All right, guys. Well, the PPL and the PPC. I'm going to have to hold on to my my spiel. Or hold off, I should say. I mean, look at the market. We had that little, well, for those of you wanting to go long, that little glimmer of hope right here, that second green candle. But now we're, what time is it now? 10:31. So we are half an hour and counting into a bit of a market downturn. All right, what are you doing? Oh, okay, this could be another one of the, well, it already is a crazy one. GRNA, guys, is just showing up now on my scan at 10:31 GRNA. You can see, I guess it was maybe an IPO or a SPAC. Did nothing, nothing, nothing. Traders are piling into this one. I don't see any specific news on it. All right, I got knocked out of the PPC, guys. You're going to watch it later on. I took a little loss on the PPC. But the RDFN, come on down. I don't I don't keep an eye on that at all, Ray. I'm not saying a person shouldn't, but I don't keep an eye on that at all. Just a minute, please. All right, guys, just keeping an eye on the PPL. Whew. All right, guys. Well, I think I'll start a little bit. First of all, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday, between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. This is like it is always. It's not just because of the test drive. You know, once this test drive is over on February 28th, this room is like this. Okay? Still time. If you do want to take part in the test drive, you'll get the balance of today plus 5 trading days. Okay? This is what the test drive looks like. Or the sign up anyway. Okay, so this is, you click on the test drive link. So it is over on the 28th. We don't extend it at all, so you will not get 10 full trading days, okay? If you start today, you get the balance of today plus 5 trading days. If that seems okay to you to spend $11.11, then go ahead and do it. You will have access to the full premium service except no auto trading, okay? I mean, I'm here. So no auto trading. But other than that, it's just as if you were a full premium subscriber. When the test drive is over, it's over. When I say that, there's nothing for you to do, nothing to unsubscribe from. We don't put you into a subscription. Now, if you're part of the test drive, I know I keep repeating myself here, but please sign or save everything you're doing during the test drive. Save it all to the cloud. Okay? Why? Because if you decide later on to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, you know, a week after it's over, a year after it's over, it doesn't matter the time frame. As long as you sign up using the same email address, everything you're doing during this test drive will be available to you. You know, it'll be loaded, it'll be in the cloud. Okay? Yeah, we know, yeah, Monday is a market holiday, yes. Here's another one just getting creamed here, guys. Robolex. Another had earnings on the 15th, just got trashed. Whoa. Okay, so that's the test drive. So again, you'll have the balance. Today's the last day you can sign up for it. That's why it says 0 days, 12 hours, 22 minutes, 44 seconds. Okay? We do this about 3 or 4 times a year. Absolutely. Absolutely. You can, I use Trade Ideas on the weekend. Yeah, obviously the data's not live, but you can use your top lists and all that and do some scanning to see what stocks have broken out on, 20-day, 10-day, 5-day, whatever your time frame is. But absolutely, you can use Trade Ideas over the weekend. Yeah, I have no updates on the trail stop function, Syracuse. Best bet is just to send something to info@trade-ideas.com and ask, but I have no idea on any updates on that. The halts, I don't know, Rob. I don't know why they're lasting longer than 5 minutes. Well, you can do, I mean, obviously, well, I shouldn't say obviously, but I mean, what I do, I mean, I look at my pre-market, gap ups, gap downs, actives up and down, and to see the ones that are moving in the pre-market, that may give a clue to what stocks may move once the market's open. Okay? But I mean, I look at scanners once the market's open too. The pre-market analysis is just to get an idea about what stocks might, the earnings plays. That's why, the DKNG was on my radar right from the beginning. You see this big move down in the pre-market as an example, okay? Doesn't mean that once the market opens, I mean, this was a little bit choppy. I mean, I was able to do okay on it. I would have loved for it to have just kept moving down instead of having that pull up here, but so I knew about DKNG because it was an earnings play. We saw this in the pre-market, so I was prepared to maybe do something with DKNG because I saw that in the pre-market, as an example. All right, let me just go over my. Boy, what an active day! Look at Palantir. There's some just stuff getting creamed here. Palantir, PLTR. Somebody said Kathy Woods has dumped her stake in it. Okay. Kathy Wood, not Woods. Well, I don't know about the best, but I tell you what, I just go to my home page. Okay, I've just actually typed it in. I don't know if it's the best. It's what I've been using for years. Okay, but if you click on my homepage link, you'll be brought to my homepage, and here are the scans that I'm sharing. Go to the scan section. This is what I use: the gap up, down, pre-market actives up and down. Is it the best? I don't know. It's good for me. So I'm not going to label it the best, but that's what I've been using for a long time. Now, more information on my homepage. We do have a President's Day promo on right now. Here's the promo code you can use: Chief20 for 20% off. I'll just put that in our YouTube room. Okay, so if you click on Trade Ideas, this is what you will see. Just give me a moment here. Just give me a moment here, guys. Just give me a moment, guys. I'm conversing with our accounting. I'm just having a little discussion, internal discussion here. Just give me a moment, guys. Okay, sorry about that. So let me go back to my home page. So we have 3 free sections here, all right? Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern, and all the education that we have here. So we have a big user guide now, okay? This has been around for a couple of months now. It's a great user guide in my opinion. If you click on it, you know, we have sections that you can take a look at. A lot of people are interested in the racing. We have big, well, I'll click on it and you're going to see what you see. I'll show you what you should see. You'll have some text. Come on. You have some text, you have some videos. It explains all about racing, okay? Also, this user guide right here, it's all searchable. Okay, so all you have to do is click on the full table of contents, and this is all searchable. So that is the user guide. But what I would do is I would look at the introductory lessons first, okay? Sure, Kathy. I mean, if your broker allows it, absolutely. So I would look at this first. What is a top list? Build a top list. What's an alert window? Creating alert window. These are all the basic features explained, all right? Customize the, well, I don't know about customize it, but introduction to the AI, which we nicknamed Holly. Okay, so all of this is here. And then afterwards, if you want to go to the user guide, a little more detail, certainly go there. Daily sports session. So you'll hear me refer to a YouTube room. I do moderate a YouTube room at the same time as the main room. I do take a break at noon. So at noon, one of the other traders takes over. Should be Andy today. Before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in. And he'll be there between 12 and 1. Chris Farley is there Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30. So I shut the main room down at 3:30, and you can head over to YouTube if you want and listen to Chris. All right, I see you. I see you. There. Daily webinar. So no webinars this week, no webinars next week. We should be back to our regular schedule the following week. You can sign up for them all here. And then back to basics. If you're new to trading, I really encourage you to take a look at this from Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. Again, this is all free. Starts off with what is a stock. Also my homepage, all the scans that I am sharing, okay? All the scans. Now, you don't bring them all up, put them all in one big one, you'll never get anything done. I've created a lot of them. Some, you know, might be something you're interested in, momentum scans, bouncers, toppers, earnings, etc., okay? So, a lot of information is here in the education and my scan section. Save my link, then you can look at this anytime you want, not just when the room is open. So one-on-one, Edward, before you would go on one-on-one, I would exhaust all of the free education, if you will, that we have, okay? You can ask a lot of questions. I mean, you know, I can answer some questions, of course, but the Q&A between 12 and 1, you can ask questions there. Chris is there between 3:30 and 4:30. You can ask him questions there in our YouTube room. So before I would schedule a one-on-one, I don't even know what they cost these days, I would exhaust all of the free education that we have, okay? Yeah, so Sam, we can't, nobody here is an investment advisor, okay? You may get somebody giving you an opinion about something, but nobody's going to say, yes, this is a good buy now, all right? Well, I mean, okay, I mean, you can change the ticker, but what I would do, so the question is when I launch a chart window, it is always the same ticker, like a default. How can I modify this? So this is what I would do. First of all, I mean, I know it's probably defaulting to the SPY all the time, but when you have a chart up, okay, it's always going to, probably always is going to default to the SPY. I mean, if you want it to default to another symbol all the time, then you could change it. Let's say I change it to Macy's. Okay, so I change it to Macy's. I mean, if that's what I want to see come up every time I load a chart, then I just save as default, okay? But I think really, the idea I think really though, is you can have different indicators on the chart. If the indicators that you want, like the 80 MA and the 20 SMA and the volume, if that's what you want to see on every chart, then create all the indicators that you want to see on every single chart and then save that as default, okay? I'm not so sure that you want to create any other symbol as a default. That doesn't make sense to me. Unless there is a symbol that you always want to see every time you load a chart. But that doesn't, I mean, to me it doesn't make that much sense to do that, but to each his own, I guess. But what I would do though, this is what I do. I take one chart, doesn't matter the time frame. If I want, the 80 MA and the 20 SMA on every time frame, then I put them on here. And my volume, how I like my volume. So I set up one chart and then I save it as default. And so then every time I load a chart, all the indicators that I want to see on most charts will be there. The AI trades are Holly, okay? Holly is just a nickname for the AI, Robert, okay? Okay, so you left click on a chart. The question was, how do you change a symbol on a chart? Left click on the chart. Okay, left click on the chart and then start typing. Typically what happens is the change box symbol will show up, or change symbol box will show up, and then you can click on change or hit enter on your keyboard. Okay, so just left click on the chart, and then if you start typing, most of the time that's going to happen. If when you left click on a chart and it doesn't, that box doesn't show up, hit the space bar on your keyboard and then it should show up. Well, Edward, the AI it's man and machine, okay? Every day is different. We always say that, okay, the machine, as in the AI, will give you an alert, it will give you a stop. How you manage the trade will be up to you. If you're trying to fully automate it, I mean, today would have worked okay, but if you're trying to fully automate it, it's not the way to go, okay? So when you say percentage accuracy, I mean, these alerts are happening because the strategies they're coming from have been optimized for today. As you know, just because a strategy has got a, looking past when it's been optimized over the last 60 days, it doesn't guarantee that today, it's going to be at the same win rate. Nothing is going to guarantee that. But these strategies that these alerts are coming from have them optimized for today. On Tuesday, when the market opens again, could be a different set of strategies. Okay, because it goes through an optimization procedure at the end of every day. Today, if you put this on full auto mode, you'd be okay. I mean, but tomorrow on Tuesday, it could be very different. We do not recommend full automation. It should have been, if you went to the chart section in our guide, I'm pretty sure it's there. But let me do a quick check. I think I asked that question before. So if I go to the guide, education. And then this is the TR user guide. Then I click on charts. And I think if I click on this tutorial, it probably will show you. If I click in charts here, and this is it, chart style. Probably in that video it shows how to change the, I agree, it probably should be in here. Anyway, that's how you do it. All right, guys, what time is it now? 10:58. Okay, so just a brief explanation about what Trade Ideas is. We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is or where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas, okay? So previously, I mentioned that I am sharing a lot of scans. But of course, if you want to build your own scans, you can do that. So this is an example of a scan, the basic new highs. This is the usual way to take a look at any single alert window, multi-strategy window, top list window. Right click on the window, and then click on configure, and then click on summary. Summary is going to show you what the scan is looking for. So in this particular scan, looking for stocks between $1 and $20, current volume is at least 8, meaning it's trading 8 times normal up to this point of the day, etc. All I'm trying to do is show you when you build a scan, you always start off with some filters. If I didn't have these filters here and I just said, well, show me stocks making new highs all day long, obviously I'd be inundated with alerts. So the only reason I'm seeing these alerts is because these stocks are meeting these filter requirements and they're making a new high for the day. That's why I see these alerts, okay? Now, you want to build your own scans? No problem. First of all, no programming language to learn. Again, if I right-click on an alert window, click on Configure, and now I click on Search. These are all of the alerts that we have. I'm going to scroll down. When you see these icons, these are the filters that we have. We have a lot of alerts and filters. Don't get hung up on that. You don't have to learn them all. Why do we have so many? Well, first of all, think about this. It's like a menu. And we have thousands of traders, all sorts of different trading styles. So basically, you kind of pick and choose the alerts and filters that you want to combine them to give you the type of scan you're looking for. Now, if you don't know what type of scan you're looking for, then you're obviously a really new trader. That's why you have to practice, okay? But don't get hung up on all of the alerts and filters that we have. You don't have to learn them all. I don't know them all. I don't probably use 1% of them. That's it. Now, we also are sharing a lot of scans up here. You click on New from our toolbar, click on Docked Channel Bar, and here are all themed channels. Click on the Momentum channel as an example. Okay, so here's a Momentum channel, or a Momentum scan. Again, right-click, Configure, Summary. Tells you what it's looking for. Now, just like my scans, boy, I'm missing one. It's okay. Just like my scans, you can adjust them. I mean, if you don't like the price range, for instance, you wanted a different price range, you just go and change it. So I click on the summary, And to change, you just click on an icon, brings up everything, and you just make the changes if you want to. So I've changed it to 10 and 50. So the idea now is that you can go through different scans. If you don't exactly know, like a price range or a minimum volume or something, you can always make a change. Now I'm saying okay. So now that changes up here. Okay? Now, a word about that. If I go to another channel and then I come back to this channel, that change is not saved. Why? The channels are for everybody. All right? So the fact that you want to make a change to something, not necessarily reflect what everybody else wants to do. But really what I'm trying to demonstrate is that if you go to the different channels and you see a scan you like, you take a look at it and say, yeah, I wouldn't mind having that as part of my layout. So you right click, duplicate into free floating window. When you do that, it popped on my other monitor. Here it is, okay? And now, just adjust it. Now you can save or share to cloud and then save it. Now it's in the cloud. What I'm trying to demonstrate here is that you can go to the different, look at them all. Take a look at all the channels that we've got. You might see a scan you like. Save it to the cloud. Once you've done that, then you, from our toolbar, File, Load from Cloud. If you see, and you should see it, I already done that before. So there's that Momo. I load it. I go to another one, load it. So again, what I'm trying to demonstrate, oh man, guys, what I'm trying to demonstrate is that you can create your own layout without actually having to build any scan from scratch. Okay? And again, if you want to build your own scans, absolutely. But you know what? A lot of people don't want to do that, which is absolutely fine. They're not predictions, T-Rich. No, they're not predictions. Nothing predicts anything here, okay? These are just, when you look at the pre-market, these are just the moving stocks in the pre-market. We can't predict what's going to happen once the market opens. We may have a decent idea, but it's not a prediction. It's not saying this is going to happen. So for instance, here's my basic new high. Just because I get an alert here doesn't mean, okay, hop into the trade. The program is called Trade Ideas. Generates ideas, all right? You can create your own scan to give you the sort of ideas that you're looking for. Next step, click on it, check the chart, and this is where the practice comes in. There's no easy way, okay? There's no easy way or easy route to trading. You've got to put the time in. Are you asking me to further explain? Well, T-Rich, that's why we have a simulator. I mean, if you're brand new to trading, this is the first thing I would do. Are you brand new to trading? Okay. You're brand new to trading. Before you do anything else, click on my homepage link. I just put in there. Okay, I put in my link. Okay, and go to the education section right here. Click here and scroll down. Keep scrolling until you see Back to Basics. You're new to trading. This is a great little series. It's all free. It starts off with what is a stock, okay? You've got to, you can't expect, if I throw you the keys to my Learjet, and you don't know how to fly a plane, what are you going to do? Okay? So so you've got to learn, some of the basic ideas about trading. I know if you go onto Twitter, you're going to see some guy saying, I turned $1,000 into $10 million overnight. It doesn't, I'm not saying if you bought 1 million shares of a 0.00001 cent stock, yeah, maybe. But you know what I'm saying? It's not easy. You've got to put the time in. We are an idea generator. Okay, so Kathy, on my home page, this is not on my home page. Okay, if you want to learn more about, I haven't really gone over the racing too much. I will in a bit, but if you want to learn about racing, and go to the guide, and if you haven't done it already, just go to the guide. Where are you? Okay, go to the education section, click here, and this gives you, and then click on the user guide. This gives a big explanation. Scroll down. Where are you? Where are you? TI stock race. Thank you. Okay, if you click on this, big explanation about it, what it's all about, okay? No point in my telling you. I don't mean you, Kathy, specifically. Put the time in. It'll explain. There are 2 videos, okay? Put the time in, and it'll show you what the racing is all about. How you use racing will be up to you. Again, I'm not talking to you specifically, Kathy, but, I know how I am intending, when I can spend a little more time watching it. Okay, guys. So I've had to I'm in a couple of trades here, and so I've had to, as I'm talking, I'm trying to keep an eye on them and all. I got back into the PPC, PPL from. I'm not usually in 3 trades at the same time, so a bit of a challenge, the talking and keeping an eye on these. Yeah, I'm in PPL. Yes. Just give me a moment here. Whew, what an active morning. I mean, these are, other than this one, which probably nobody could short anyway, QNGY. Now, notice, you see how this conservative profit stops because it exited the trade rate, which is crazy at the entry price. Okay, unfortunately, probably not very many could short this anyway. But if you're a true trader, you would never, if you could have shorted this, you would never allow to, get in at 494 and then watch it go all the way down to 432 and then have it pop right back up to your entry price, okay? So get out flat. I mean, as a trader, you should never allow that to happen. But that's why this says 0%. This is if you kept in the trade all day long. Okay, this is just a what if scenario, okay? Aggressive and moderate. Aggressive and moderate will look the same all the time unless a stock gets stopped out, hits the stop price. Then that stops up, then that'll stop. You won't see, it won't update anymore. But aggressive is if, okay, what would happen if you just stayed in a trade all day long? Wow, PPL. PPL. So not only did this come from the AI, what was the price at the AI? 26.78. This also showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown at 26.70. So that gave me a little bit of confirmation on it, showing up in 2 different scanners. Now the low in the pre-market was right around 26, so I'm eyeballing this as potentially taking some out. covering some of my position. This has been a lot better than the PPC. The PPC has been a little more erratic. I've covered everything in that. It's a little too erratic for me. Erratic meaning, well, if I type the symbol in, you'll see. You know, a little too choppy. Compare that to the PPL. You know, look how beautiful that is. That's why you got to practice. Practice, practice, practice. And I'm going to get into that right now. Yeah, so Mars, if you right-click on an alert window or a top list window, okay, right-click, configure, and search. And then type in EPS, okay, it's the EPS filter. The question is, how do I get rid of, if I don't want to see ETFs in a scan, then you use this, it's a just a trick, call it a trick, whatever you want to call it. You use the EPS filter. So add the filter. And then what I do is I put something like, you know, 0.001 in the min and minus 0.001 in the max, okay? Because ETFs do not have earnings. So, you know, all stocks have earnings, be they positive or negative, okay? But ETFs don't. So if you put that in, you will block ETFs. Okay? Now, the only problem sometimes is that we've noticed this for some foreign stocks, like I've seen some with some Israeli stocks. Even though it's a stock, and it, for whatever reason, it blocks some of those also. I mean, it's very few. AI is trading 100 shares in simulation, yes. No, this is not the AI. Boy, this PPL is well, okay. If you're in auto mode, okay, it just won't send the order. So if you were in auto mode and you tried to short this QNGY, it just won't take the order. You send it to your broker, it won't take IB Interactive Brokers or E-Trade. Yeah, it just won't take the order. Guys, I'm just keeping an eye on PPL. I should also put this this link in. Now, guys, before you auto trade anything, you can use their simulator. Okay. Okay. Do not auto trade the AI with your live account. Use the simulator. Our simulator uses our real-time data. Doesn't matter who your broker is. Okay. And you don't even need a broker. If you're unsure about who your broker is going to be, doesn't matter. You can have our you can practice with the simulator. I mean, I'm not an auto trader. Flat out not an auto trader. But if you're bound and determined to either, try to see what the AI would look like in auto trade mode and maybe your own strategy, go ahead. You can use the simulator. I just want to put this Brokerage Plus link in. All right, so the question in our other room is what setting to filter stocks that are below the 10 SMA on a daily? Well, first of all, if you're ever wondering if we have anything, just give me a moment here, guys. Okay, I just covered some of the PPL, I guess, yes. If you're ever wondering what we have, do we have this filter, do we have that? If you right-click on an alert window, configure, search. Okay, so you asked about an SMA. So this is all the SMA that we have, information, okay? So the change, you asked for the change from the 10-day, okay? So if you want stocks that are underneath the 10-day SMA, you would add the filter, okay? And you could say, put some minus number in, minus 0 point, and then whatever you want. If you're just looking for anything under the 10 SMA, even if it's very close, you could use minus 0.1. Okay, then you know a stock is underneath the 10-day SMA. Okay? No idea when TD Ameritrade is going to be available. Sorry. I'm not trying to be flip, but no idea. Often asked question. Working on it. It's an API issue. Okay, so that'll show you all stocks that are below the 10 SMA, okay? Okay, good. And then after that, of course, you want to put some filters in. I mean, you just don't want to see every single stock, so you probably want to have some filters, etc., like a price range, a minimum volume, stuff like that. But that'll be up to you. But that's the filter that you can use. Okay, so A1 Gaming. Now, YouTube green trades. So the question was how to move all the windows from one monitor to another. Again, I'm just keeping an eye on the PPL. Fingers crossed that it can maybe even take out 26. Let me just talk about the Brokerage Plus, and I'll answer your question, A1, okay? Just let me just explain what Brokerage Plus is all about, all right, if you don't mind. And then I'll get back to your question about moving everything to one monitor to another. Okay, so that Brokerage Plus window that I popped in here has two videos. The short video shows if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can connect from within Trade Ideas and trade from within Trade Ideas if you have an IB or E-Trade account. You'll notice, now this is only available if you're using our app. If you're using our web-based version, not available. You notice here, I've got an option up here, or one of the, it's called Brokers Plus, and underneath Brokers Plus, it says Live and Sim. So the short video, again, shows you how you can connect to your IB account or your E-Trade account, and then you go live. The second video, and then this is Sim, this is for simulation, paper trading. That's what I'm on all the time trying to demonstrate it. The second video in that Brokerage Plus link goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window. Okay? And I'm going to demonstrate some simulation trading in a bit. Now, as far as moving, what I'm going to give you a link that talks about docking, okay? A1. But let me ask you the question though. Is there a reason why you want to move them all to another window, another monitor? How many monitors do you have? Before I talk about docking. Because docking, it's a little complicated, but first I just want to ask you, why do you want to do that? Why do you want to move all your windows from one monitor to another? Because I'm going to explain, before we had this docking available, what I do. I have 3 monitors. Okay, so typically why people want to do that is they've got several monitors. Okay, so before we had this docking available, what you do is you would take your Trade Ideas toolbar and you would put it in the upper left-hand corner of what you'll designate as your main monitor. That's what I've done. This is my main monitor. I call it my main monitor because this is what I'm sharing with you guys, okay? So I put all my windows exactly where I want them, all my Trade Ideas, windows, charts, etc. on this monitor. I also have other, I've got some charts that I look at on my other monitor. So I've got 3 monitors. So I put all of my other Trade Ideas windows on all my other monitors exactly where I want them. Okay, exactly where I want them. Next step. Click on Tools, Options, layouts. Okay, tools, from our toolbar, click on tools, options, layouts. You see where it says loading layouts? If you check open relative to main window and then save it, okay? And then don't forget, when you exit trade ideas, save your work, any little change you make has to be saved. But once you do that, and then when you load trade ideas again, all your windows will be exactly where you want them to be. That's typically the reason why people want to be able to, well, I like to be able to move everything all at once. Okay? So does that help, A1? Now I can show you docking. I can direct you to in our user guide, which gives a good explanation about what docking is all about. But it's not necessary if all you really want to be able to do is put all your trade ideas windows where you want them and have them there all the time. You know, you don't want to have to rearrange them every time you load trade ideas. So if you use a filter called 2% above the VWAP and a relative volume is 7 times high, well, I'm not trying to be flip, but it's telling you that the stock is 2% above the VWAP and it's got a high relative volume. It's trading very abnormally today. That's what it's telling you. Come on, PPL. I mean, that's all the filter that is. It's telling you that not necessarily. There's no such thing as, it's just telling you when you click on the alert. I know you're new to trading. When you click on the alert, so I'm a momentum trader, typically. Okay, I like stocks that are either near the low of the day or near the high of the day, and that's how I trade. So when I click on an alert, I know that all these alerts. I know that's where they're going to be. Because that's the way I trade. The next thing I do is, okay, you're at a low of the day or a high of the day. I start looking left on a daily, weekly, and a monthly chart. I check to see, okay, you're at this low. Where's the next low on the daily chart? Okay, for this one. Well, I can't see it. I'm looking at a daily. So then I'll look at a weekly. And I can see over here, there's a low down here at 26.12, so it's below that. Okay? So I don't have to worry about that. But before, I had to worry about this. 26.50. Worry. I mean, these are just interesting data points to me. Then I look at a monthly chart. I mean, really all I'm trying to do is say, okay, how much further can this go until it hits any sort of low on these higher time frames? What I'm always looking for is something that's got a lot of room, that can keep moving without any chart resistance. But that's how I trade. So it's not that just because I get an alert, yeah, that's a buy signal. No, I have to check the chart. I also want to check to see what the market's doing. I mean, let's put it this way. If I'm going to go long something, and all of a sudden I see the market doing this, I'm going to have to take pause, right? I'm going to say, I'm going to go against this market, while it was doing this. Maybe I wait a bit, let the market settle down. It doesn't have to be ripping higher for me to go long, but I certainly don't want to see, an hour and a half of straight down. But this is all, this is why you got to practice. That's why we have a simulator. And the simulator is part of our standard service. So watch, I can take a trade. Let's take FSLY just as an example. I just want to show you how it works. Let's just say I thought this FSLY was due for a nice little bounce now, okay? Maybe it'll bounce. So, when I clicked on FSLY, the symbol shows up. I can pick how many shares I want to trade. The market, it's okay. The spread is only a penny, so I can go into the market. So I'm going to buy. And it should show up pretty soon. There we go. So you see, it took 200 shares at 1871. Okay? Now, important when you start trading. You actually should be looking for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade. You should have some kind of a checklist. Don't ask me what your checklist is going to be. You know, I have a certain style of trading, so I know what my checklist is. Most of the things are already checked because of the filters that I've got. You know, I'm never going to see a stock, that's outside of a price range I like because I've got a price range selected. I'm never going to see a stock that doesn't have at least the minimum volume that I need because I've got a minimum volume, you know, in all my filters. Okay, in this one. So I don't have to worry about, well, is this the price range I want? Is this the minimum volume that I want? The current volume, there's the relative volume. Is it got the right relative volume? You know, so a lot of the things that I normally, if I didn't have trade ideas, I'd have to check. I'd have to be looking, trying to check in other sites maybe, and just to see is this something I want. But again, most of the things that I need are already checked in the scans. So now my next step, of course, click on the alert. How is it trading? Like, what is the pattern? What's the market doing? You know, and I'm sizing this up pretty quickly. Again, with experience. Then I can make up my mind, do I take the trade? Okay, but I am looking. I mean, if I saw something that looked like a great setup, but, you know, let's just say for argument's sake, FSLY, I got an alert right here to go, and it looked like a long. Well, I'd be looking left and say, don't want it. Don't want it. Looks like there's too much resistance, not that far away. Now, that doesn't mean that it could pop right through and just roar higher. But for me, it's one of my checks that it has to be checked. I have to have room. If I don't have the room, I don't take the trade. I'm pretty selective. You know, and that doesn't mean that just because, you know, there's a little bit of action right here that it couldn't just scream right higher. So you know, I just say, okay, that happened on that time, but, you know, many times that'll stop something and it'll move right back down. As an example, okay? So that's how I trade. Now, problem is, what am I in here? Okay. Sometimes, again, you go through your checklist, everything looks fine, you take the trade, and guess what? Even if it's the best setup in the entire world, sometimes they just don't work. So you have to have an out. Where are you going to get out of the trade if it doesn't work? And that's what we call a stop. And that's the difficult part, okay? You know, you might listen to me and think, okay, I get it. I should have a checklist. I'm in the trade. Now he's talking about a stop. What the heck does that even mean, and where am I going to put it? Well, again, practice, practice, practice. If I were, and the stop is the price if the trade doesn't work, where you're going to get out of the trade with a manageable loss, okay? Because again, not every trade is going to work. In the simulator, I try to demonstrate a risking $100 a trade. So what I'm going to do on this one, what did I get in at? 871. So I'm going to put a stop at 821. And I'm going to show you why I'm doing that. This is just to make the math easy. Now remember, when I get into a trade, I know where my stop is. I know where I'm going to get out of the trade. And unfortunately, we can't see the stop because it's down below. You know, unfortunately, 821 is down below. You know what? I'm going to get out of this one and have a better example just to show you what I'm doing. Just give me a moment here. Say I wanted to take this KPTI, okay? Again, I'm just using this as an example. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to buy at the market. The spread is okay. Spread is the difference between the bid and the ask. It's only 1 penny, so that's fine. Okay, so I'm in that one. And my entry was what, 1438? I'm going to put a stop at 14.18, just to make the math easy. Now you're going to see the line on the chart. You see it says approximately minus 100, okay? So what this means is I get into this trade, but if it moves down to 14, 18, I want to be out of the trade. That's what the stop is. Why does it say minus 97 or approximately minus 100? I took 500 shares. 500 shares times a 20 times the difference between my entry and my stop that's 20 cents. So if I'm risking $100 on the trade, you divide 20 cents into 100, you get 500 shares. Every time I take a trade, no, it's not a 20-cent stop. Again, it's based on something. You know, I usually am a pretty visual guy. I like to size up the chart, see where I think there's some support. If it broke down through that, you know, I want to be out of the trade. I think an easy way to start, though, is maybe take the low of the previous 5-minute candle. That's a, you know, then you don't have to kind of, maybe this is support or maybe that's support. You know, the low of the previous 5-minute candle is a definite number. So when you get into the trade, you know where the low of that previous 5-minute candle is. You do a quick subtraction, divide that into how much you're willing to risk on the trade, and that'll share size you. I know this all sounds complicated, but I mean, you know, once you get, you know, that's why we have a simulator. Practice, practice, practice. Okay? And PPL now underneath 26. You know, and another word, I mean, if you've got a $5,000 account, don't be risking $1,000 a trade. I'll try to answer your question in a second, Iris. Don't be risking $1,000 a trade. You know, I'm in the simulator. I'm presenting risking $100 a trade. Okay. Now the next step is to obey your stop. Sometimes it's really hard. You know, in the simulator, first of all, if you cannot make money in a simulator, forget about trying to trade. Okay, flat out forget about it. Because in the simulator, there's no emotion involved. You know, you get taken out of a trade. Oh, well, it's just play money. If you cannot make money in a simulator, forget about trying to connect to your real account and trade, okay? Harsh reality. Unfortunately, even if you can make money in a simulator, doesn't mean it doesn't translate necessarily to making money when you connect. Because again, it becomes very emotional when you see your P&L whipping up and down, okay? Obeying your stop is so key. Sometimes it's hard. You first start trading, you place that stop, and everything was so great about the setup. You know, you've been practicing for a while, and everything looked great about the setup. Even had earnings, great looking earnings. Maybe there was a press release, great press release. It still doesn't work. You can't believe it. You just cannot believe it. You've got your stop, and you say, you know what? Maybe my stop was wrong. Maybe I should lower it. So now instead of that $100 manageable loss, it turns into 150, 200, 300, 400, 1,000 before you finally give up and you sell and you kick yourself. Why did I not obey my stop? Take my manageable loss and move on. Almost worse is if not obeying your stop, having that 100 turn into $200, $300, $400 loss, and then it does rebound and it comes back up. And now you're up $400. You pat yourself on the back and go, oh, so glad I didn't obey my stop. Will that happen? Of course it will. Of course it will. All I'm trying to say is, though, if you don't have good money management techniques, you won't last long. That's it, guys. Practice, practice, practice. Okay? Yeah, you can use the web-based version, Michael, in the 2-week. It's a little bit limited. You don't have access to Brokerage Plus, so you can't practice trading. But everything else is basically the same. The app is way more powerful, easy. You can a lot easier to move things around on the screen. But the web-based version is fine, especially if you only have one monitor. And if you don't care about simulation trading, then it's fine. Okay, Iris, let's see what happened with you in trying to take some of my scans. Question is, I tried to copy and paste some of your scans and it didn't work. So let's find out why. Okay, so I'm just putting my homepage link again in. Okay, so you click on my link and you will see, yeah, okay, so you'll see, let me get rid of some of these tabs. Okay, so when you click on my link, this is what you're going to see. So here are my scans. So I'm going to click here. So let's just say I wanted the 10-day daily breakout. And this will work, should work the same for every single scan. What scan were you trying to load? Just let me know and make sure the link isn't broken or something. But what scan were you trying to load, Iris? Like, give me a scan you were trying to load. Iris. Well, while Iris is telling me what scan, let's just keep going. Okay, they don't repeat. Okay. Well, I have several, but let's do this one. 10-day daily breakout. Don't repeat. Okay. But I've got several don't repeats, but I'll do this one. Okay. So you click on the alert. It shows up in a new tab. I've highlighted it. I copy it. Control C. I copy it. And now I'll go File, Load from Cloud. Now, if you've done it correctly, almost 100% of the time, it'll be here. You can just see here, it's the same string, ends in BBF, BBF. And then load. And there it is. It just popped in another monitor. So, not sure what you're doing, Iris. You just click on the alert. It should show up in another tab. Create a new tab. Highlight it. Copy it. And then just file. Now, if for some reason it's not here, for some reason, then paste it in. Control V it in, and it should be there. Okay. Well, as long as it worked now, good. No problem. Just a minute, please. Whew. Okay, guys. Yeah, I still have some of the PPL left. I was really hoping for a big break underneath 26. It broke a little bit, but not a lot. Still have some left. I traded some out, just to ensure I've got a nice little profit on it. But there's no reason for me to get out of everything yet. Unless I start to see like a move, for me anyway, into the 20s, then I'll probably exit. But that's me, Ram. That is me, okay? I'm not trying to tell you that that's what you should do. Because what happens is I say, well, I'm probably going to get out some at 26.20, and you say, okay, Barry's going to do that. I'm going to get it at everything. And then all of a sudden it just shoots down underneath 26, all the way down to 25. So that's why you have to have a trading plan. You have to figure out, where you're going to take some profit. And, it's really, that's why I say use the simulator, and the simulator can kind of help too. You've got the today's profit, max P&L, and the distance from the exit price to kind of guide you on how well are you getting out of trades. How to make the chart candles bigger, okay? So Karen, hopefully you're listening, you can see me. If you left click on a chart, okay, just so Trade Ideas knows that's where you want to be, and then keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard, and then use your scroll wheel on your mouse. Okay, that'll get the candles big and small. Okay, so the control key, press down on your keyboard. Okay, good. Wow, 11:45 already. In Denver, I haven't even looked to see how our oh, I see. If you had shorts for that, well, I didn't have shorts for the DRCT. Looking at Zach's scans, looking at AR, the AR would have been a pretty nice one. So let me, and I'm not saying this is a scan that anybody should use, okay? But Denver asked me a question a couple of days ago, and I should emphasize this point. He said, Barry, is it a good idea just to concentrate on one scan, especially if it's doing well, and just forget about everything else? And my answer to him was, of course. Okay? If you've got a scan that is doing very well for you, you can concentrate on that, until that scan stops working like that. I would absolutely just concentrate on one or two, but one is fine. I've got a lot of different things going on here because there are different trading styles out there. I'm trying to present an overall look of what trade ideas can give to you, but absolutely, you find something that's working, forget about everything else. Are you going to miss some of the ones that we talk about in the room that are running? Yes, you are. But I'm telling you, if you can find a couple of scans that you get very comfortable with, and you can start extracting from the market on a daily basis from a couple of scans you get very comfortable with, do it. Okay? Like Poe was saying, milk it. Okay? Yes, there will be some scans that, there will be some stocks that are not going to show up on those scans that, are all of a sudden running from $10 to $108 like Ipso yesterday. Just forget about it. Okay? But we're in an active trading room, so of course I'm going to talk about stuff like this if it's happening. But don't get too hung up on it. Man, why didn't I get in this one at 10 and make a fortune when it ran up to 108? Okay? And the reality though is that some scan that may have been working excellently for a week or two or a month, all of a sudden it's not giving you the same results. Okay, you can do one of two things. You can either tweak it, maybe change some filter values, maybe add a filter in, or maybe you retire it for a while. That's what I do. Sometimes I just retire a scan for a while, and then I bring it back later on, see what's happening with it, and I move on to something else. Never get rid of a scan completely. When I say that, if you create a scan, don't just get rid of it forever. Save it to the cloud because you never know. It's what I did with the gap continuation and reverse. I hadn't had this one up for a long time, maybe months and months and months. I used to use this quite a bit, but for whatever reason, I stopped using it. Maybe I didn't like the alerts I was getting anymore, so I retired it. But I never got rid of it, okay, completely. And the other day I decided, let's see what's happening. I think I brought it back at the beginning of last week. And because we're in earnings season, we're getting a lot of interesting alerts from it. Now, have I looked at it at all today? No. I haven't had a chance to. Meanwhile, our little star earlier, a GRNA, unshortable for me at Interactive Brokers, but now it's grunting at me. I have a pig sound on here, so it gives me the grunt, grunt, grunt. It's another thing I should talk about a little bit is you can put a different sound alert on the different windows, the alert windows, okay? The whole idea of that is that when you hear a sound, then you know which window to look at. But again, don't have 10 windows up and running. You'll never get anything done. And it's easy to put a sound alert. You just right-click on the alert window, Go to properties and actions. And just follow these directions, play sound, set up the sound. You can have one of your alert windows text to speech if you want. You don't have to, but if you want. And why I say only one? So in other words, this will, it'll read out the symbol. You only have one because you don't want to have them all. Otherwise, you'll never know which window to look at when you hear it. So you can put one of them if you want. You don't have to, but if you want. Otherwise, you can use the custom sound and then select. And we have 3 folders here. Each folder has some sound alerts in them. So for instance, you can click on gong, highlight it, open it, play it. If you like it, then you say okay a couple of times, and then that'll attach to the alert window. All right? And then you go into another alert window, create another sound. You can also put a sound, for the AI, when an AI alerts. Right click, actions. And then you go through the same procedure. Okay? You can also put a sound alert on your price alert window. If you're not using our price alert window, you're not using our program to its fullest capability. I'm going to get rid of some of these. So if you've never used the price alerts window, you load it from our toolbar, click on new, and then price alerts. If you've never used it, of course, it'll be blank. Price alerts, it's an awesome way to just set the alert and then just forget about it, all right? So you don't have to keep staring at a chart or wondering what's happening. We didn't invent price alerts, but let's just say, and how I use it, I minimize it, because I don't have to be staring at this all day long. All I care about is I want this to pop up on my screen when an alert hits. Okay, so that's why I minimize it. I sort on the triggered time column, so I'll see it right at the top. I actually do, and you can put if you right click actions, you can actually put a sound on it, okay? I put a sound on it because, I've got a wireless headset, so I can wander away from my computer every now and then. And if I hear that particular sound, I know I can come racing back to see what happened. But right now, I'm going to minimize it and watch. Let's put a sound alert on something that might be moving, relatively quickly. Well, I'm going to bracket this, okay? This is how easy it is to do it. Here's KPTI, okay? So I'm going to stick a price alert just above. See, all you do is you just take your pointer, and there's a dotted line that you'll see. And, if you can eyeball it well enough, you want to, you can just right click, and you can create the price alert right at that price, or you can make a change, of course. So let me make a change. I want to put it at 1406. Okay. I don't have to put any notes if I don't want to. I typically don't. The only time I put notes is if it's an IPO or something. And now I'm going to save it. And look how it popped up. Okay. Because it popped through that price and it just popped right on my screen. I can't miss it. So my advice is to, use these. Now, when I create a price alert, it doesn't mean again, like anything else, I'm not hopping into the trade. But I usually have created a price alert at a price in which I'm interested. Obviously, or otherwise I wouldn't have created a price alert there. So that's so I click on the symbol, then I can check the chart. What's happening? What's the market doing? Was there volume associated with that price alert? I rarely take anything unless I see some volume. Look how the volume is dried up for KPTI. Just look at this chart, this 5-minute chart. We had a nice little volume bar there, and now it's dried up. No interest right now in this, right? You just kind of see it. Look on the 2-minute chart. Volume is dried up. I would never take a trade, even if I got a price alert, if I had set a price alert up here at, 1425, and it did pop up, and I look at my volume and I don't see any volume associated with it, I'm not going to take the trade. That could be, you know, what we call kind of like a false breakout. And it could come right back down. You want some enthusiasm, you know, when you take a trade, not just from yourself, but other traders. Okay, so you can go to our guide, Pamela, and the multi-strategy window is all outlined there, but I'll quickly show you, okay? First of all, multi-strategy window is usually used for people with don't have a lot of screen space. What a multi-strategy window allows you to do, it allows you to take individual alert windows and put them into one window that we call a multi-strategy window. So to start, you click on New, Multi-Strategy Window. Okay, and it'll be blank. Next step, let me see if I've got, I'll bring back a couple of alert windows okay, I'm going to take the Momo. Okay, it's on my other screen. I'll do one other. Once you do one, it's the same. Excuse me. Pulse resumes. Okay. So I've got a couple of alert windows that I want to put into this multi-strategy window. So here's what you do. And again, go to the guide. It's all covered there. You know, if you forget, you know, what I'm saying, you can always go to the guide and check on the M section. But this is what you do. So first, again, you go New, Multi-Strategy Window, and then this window pops up. So I'm going to right-click now. I'm going to Collaborate. Copy. I've now copied that window. Now I'm going to right-click. I'm going to hover over, the minute I hover over strategies, this box pops up, new strategies. This box pops up, collaborate. Guess what? Paste. Here it is. Okay, I'll do the next one. Right click, collaborate, copy. Right click, strategies. Here's the one that was I put in. Go to new strategies. That box pops up. Collaborate. Paste. Here they are. Okay. And then you can do things like, you know, color coordinate. That's what I do. You know, you can take a strategy then and color it, color code it. You know, you just, you know, these is just a palette. You can pick a foreground and a background. Okay. So that's what I've done. Whoops. Oh, I'm sorry. The next step is to give your multi-strategy window a name. Okay. Okay, so once you've done all that, then you can go to Properties and Window Name, and they'll give it a name. Now, I do have space is not an issue for me, but sometimes what I do like to do, I like to take some similar alert windows and put them into a multi-strategy window. Okay, so that's what I've done here in the gap up and go. I've got four in here. I've got gap down and go. And see how I've just color coordinated them. You know, for me, green and blue, that's positive. Orange, red, yellow, negative. That's just me. So there are 4 strategies in here. These are just alert windows. But you can see they're all gappers. So that's why I decided, okay, I'll take a multi-strategy window and put them all in here. And again, this is one of the ones I'm selling. I wish. One of the ones I'm sharing. So gap up and go. That's a stock that gapped up and kept going. Does it mean it's going to go up forever? Of course not. I wish. But at the time of the alert, that's what it was doing. Gap down and reverse meant the stock gapped down, and now it's in a bit of a reversal mode. Gap up and reverse, obviously the opposite. Stock gapped up, now it's in a reversal mode. And then gap down and go is that stock gap down, and then it kept going down. Doesn't mean it's going to keep going down forever. Nothing is forever. I wish it were, but it's not. All right, guys, I think it is Andy today. Let me just do a little check, see if it is Andy today in the YouTube room. Taking over for me. It is him. Okay. So Andy's there. He's not here yet. So what I'm going to do is put the YouTube link in. And where is that YouTube link? Okay, so I'll be taking my break in a couple of minutes. Okay, there is the YouTube link. And so while I'm on my
Testing 1, 2, 3. Hello, traders. This is Andy. Let me know when you can see my screen and hear me. Hi, Iris. How are you? All right. Looks like we made the connection here. Welcome, everybody. Maybe a lot of test drivers out there and haven't met me. My name is Andy, one of the traders here. Been using Trade Ideas for a very long time. Welcome to my desktop, and this is a support webinar. So if you guys have any questions about the software, be sure to hit me up in here, and we can tackle them. I know I sent a couple of people this way. So once again, if you have any questions, you're in the right place. So just fire away. Use that chat panel there, and once again, we'll address them and try to work through any issues you may be having. Or if you want to talk about any strategies in the market, I know it's a very tough market for especially a lot of traders that, well, it's going to be the vast majority of them, because this is definitely a bearish action that we're seeing. So, and we've seen it for a while now. You look at the Qs there. This has been going on for, geez, ever since the beginning of the year, even going into last November, So it's been a tough market for about 3 months now. You got to adapt. You got to change. And we can talk about that. Yeah, Iris, I really, I don't think I've made anything new other than that. Trying to see what I may have here. Yeah, you know what? When it gets like this, I kind of just fly by the seat of my pants, if you will, because here's what you want to avoid, and I will. I've actually done very well in this market. I've been long SPXS for a while. I I always try these anytime we get near a top in the spies, and I'm always quick to get out when I'm wrong. But I've been in and out of these for a while now, and just maintaining a position, a small position, and then adding two positions like I like to do. Uh, and a lot of times, what that'll do is allow me, and I'm also long silver. I've been long silver for a few days. Uh, I'm gonna tell you though, I got stopped out of the gold. I was in gold on this move right here, was sitting good, and then I got out of gold, and of course it hasn't looked back. So that one, when they gap down and break down below these moving averages, I don't mess around. But that one got me. But I did get in silver. Well, I think what a lot of people, the biggest problem with a lot of traders is not identifying, that things are changing and they keep going back to the well. And it's okay. I'm going to be honest with you. I've definitely tried to play some bounces here. What I do and when I am going long in markets like this is I scalp out really quick, and then I try to hang on to a little bit, but I'm really, really quick to, take the losses. Uh, this is a kind of market that if you sit back and say, well, I know the buy the dippers are going to come in, I'm just going to sit in this long, and next thing you know, you can really blow up an account that way. So you really got to be nimble. But yeah, Iris, I'm sorry. I really I've been busy with the test drive and some other endeavors, so I really just hadn't had time to work on building. Hey, Mike C, how you doing, buddy? Building any new scans lately? But if you had been playing, I think I mentioned about probably 6 weeks ago, 5 weeks ago, that death row inmates was, man. If you've been focusing on that lately, you could have done really well in this market. I've noticed. If you're not afraid to short, I know sometimes it's tough, especially to hold some of these shorts overnight. This is why I do a lot of times I'll do an ETF, an inverse ETF, because you short a stock and you don't know what news can come out the next day, especially some of these ones that can be bought out and things like that. So yeah, I'm always a little nervous holding individual stocks short. If they're big names, you're okay. The Teslas and Apples. I mean, no one's going to come in and swoop Apple up. Well, that's probably one. The last one I would short would be Apple. Seems like everybody wants to buy that one. All the funds anyway. But let's take a look at what we may be looking at here. Let's pull up the Qs first. It's one that's been showing the biggest weakness. It looks like it may want to test that January low, so we could have a lot of meat on this bone left. So I'm in no hurry to go long anything for a swing right now for sure, and just going to stay short and in silver. But spies look the same way. They broke through their February low, so really not a lot of support there. I guess you could put this level down here where we keep having these wicks, but right now, yeah, it doesn't look like a spot I'm interested in anyway. It doesn't mean I know Barry and you guys. I mean, in that room, who are nimble, you can still play some stuff to the long side. It's just get out quick when you're wrong. That's for sure. I mean, I keep a couple of races going over here. This one was hanging on pretty well all morning to its fast line, but even it's starting to kind of give up the bid there. All right, let's see. All right, guys, I know I sent one guy in here. Be sure to hit me up. I want to make sure you're in here before I just start talking about. Uh, Great question. Looking for trending stocks. He's not a day trader and just kind of wants to get a good idea of how to manage them. And uh, I'll wait till I hear from him in the chat before I. Excuse me. Look at Holly. I mean, the unemotional Holly is having a great day, and look what's firing. You see one long down here, and it happens to be a good one. Had some nice movement there from 1950 all the way up, a dollar move in there. But look at all these shorts performing well. Directional bias from Holly for sure. Okay, Pamela, I am setting up my layouts. When I go to the strategy trade, I do not have a buy sell button at the bottom. Okay, Pamela, your strategy, your buy sell button is not going to be in this window. That is what we call the Brokerage Plus window. And I will show you where to launch that. If you go to New and just click on Brokerage Plus, this is what's going to launch. It's going to be the this window right here. Okay, this is where you're going to see the buy and sell button. Now, what you have to do each morning, okay, when you come in, you have to make sure you set it up. For if you're paper trading, you want to go to simulated trading. Okay, now if you are actually live trading on Interactive Brokers or E-Trade, there's a few more steps involved in that, and there's obviously you have to connect, which is a little more than I can get into here, but we can definitely share some videos if that's what you're trying to do. But I highly recommend, guys, especially in this market. The market will always be there. Don't feel like you have to rush into trading. Just go into simulation mode. And if you're new to trading, I would, recommend everybody, do that for, several weeks, even several months, a couple, 2 or 3 months. You got to treat trading like any business, okay? If anybody's ever opened a business, the first few months can be tough. Typically, you're going to lose money. The beautiful thing about trading is you can limit your losses while you're learning just by paper trading and then also starting out with a real small size. But Pamela, I think that's pretty much answers your question there. I just pull up that Brokerage Plus, and that's where you're going to find the buy and sell. And you can trade, from this is what I like to do when I'm just go ahead and trade from the buttons down here. But you can also trade from the charts if you set up strategies, and that's a whole other topic that we can share some videos with you to show you how to do that. Market's trying to get a little bounce here, but still below its fast line. I know every time you see these green ticks come in, a lot of people, oh boy, this is the bottom, I'm going to start buying. But just be careful out there, because we are definitely in a downtrend. We're below all our moving average. The pressure is to the downside. Another thing too, even if we do, in times where we maybe bounce back above these moving averages, I never chase in this type of market, because I know people are nervous, and any, the liquidity is not there, and any kind of downtick you can get a better price. So be careful chasing. Obviously if it's very strong momentum, it's a different story. But if you're a longer term swing trader or something like that, just wait for your price. You'll get it. Okay, great. Okay, JP, death row inmates, I sure will. So what this is, every excuse me, every stock you're going to find in here is going to be below its moving averages. Not like this dash right here, this DoorDash just fell below recently. So it would have not been in this morning. It would have not been in here because everything has to be below its major moving averages. What do I consider the major moving averages? The 200, the 50, the 20. These are all SMAs, and the 10. Okay, so everything you see in this window is going to be below its moving average. Just the opposite. If they were all above, okay, those would be very strong stocks in uptrends. Well, these are downtrends, and what I did is I sorted it by position in 3-month range, and I sorted from, the highest to the lowest. So actually, let me see here. This got out of whack on me. Yeah, there we go. I must have clicked a button somewhere. All right, so if you look at these charts like this PPG, you're going to see these are not, you're not going to find ones that are really, getting hit bad because of these position, the ones at the top anyway, because of the position in 3-month range. These are ones that are potentially setting up for a move lower. Let's take a look at Agilent here. You're going to see a lot of charts like this where they're going to be, right at, this, range. And a lot of times, especially if I'm shorting, I'm not looking for, I don't want the market to be sold off like the last couple of days like we've seen right now. I would rather we get a bounce up, and then I can look at some of these ones that are setting up nicely. And so it can just give you a really, there's one right here that has not taken out this low. There's a good chance it's going to. And where I like to catch these a lot of times is right close to the 10-period moving average, okay? Because then I have a very low-risk trade possibly, because if it goes back above, this 10-period moving average, more than likely I can cut it really quick. And whereas let me show you a setup. I'll take this setup right here would have been in there. That's a perfect idea setup right there in that MAS. And I can promise you it would have been in here on this day, below its moving averages, but yet in its 3-month range, it was way above this low over here, okay? Thus, it's going to have a higher number in the 3-month range. So that's kind of the stuff I'm looking for. And look what it's done since. It's been below that 10 moving average ever since that time. And I'm not going to do it, but I promise you if I went back in this date, you're going to see this MAS in there. That's where I like to catch them. It doesn't mean this thing, is setting up again, but, you're kind of banking on a little bit of an oversold market. I would rather anticipate these moves. Let's see if I can find one that maybe. Some of those are going to sneak through. Look at that, just been under pressure. And that is just an ugly downtrend. And once again, this one would have, well, no, there's a 3-month right there. I'm trying to see. Well, right there for sure. You would have had a shot at this one right on this day right here, bumping up against its moving averages. So I hope that makes sense to you, JP. Well, let's take a look at this, JP. Let's go back and look at this morning and see how things were setting up this morning and see what kind of follow through we got. So we're going to go to historical date, and let's just go to the top of the hour, 30 minutes after the close. Let's see, that'll be 9 actually. 9. That's 9 a.m. my time, and today's date. So let's see what was in here at this time. Okay, this one hasn't really done anything. This one would have been, 108, so it fell lower. A lot of these, probably the best time would be to go back and look at yesterday, and we'll do that as well. There's Target that had a nice little bounce up and finally faded. Starbucks, Array. Come on. Why are you doing that? Now, let's do it back. This is what I want to do. This is where I'm looking at. Okay, so here you have stocks that are in a downtrend. You had a couple of days here, and then yesterday
MTTR.
you had the market go below its moving average there. So what we want to do, this is the area, I'm looking to possibly, trade. You can obviously catch someone's today as well. Market's actually getting a little bounce here, isn't it? But let's go to, I don't want to go there. I want to go to historical date, and let's go to yesterday. That's when I like to short, not after we've had a couple of downside days here. Let's go to 9, and we're going to put this on 17. All right. And there you have it. This one is weak, below its moving averages, and you had, a couple of dollar move there. This one was after a big gap down. It's not really good there. Nothing going on there. That one was a good one. Okay. Continued down. This would have been showing up right before it broke through this low right here, and you had a move, $5 move right there. Another one. There, you're going back to yesterday now. There's a beautiful one right there. That was after earnings actually too as well. Facebook just kind of bleeding. Monster. But you can see every one of these would have been winners if you took the short yesterday. Pretty much. Right there. Target right there before it broke down through this low. Okay, you had about a $10 move plus right there in Target. I'm sorry, TMO. That's a good move right there. Look at that. Boom, right below that. Well, that doesn't actually move very much at all. Another one right there. Yesterday morning, boom. $10 move there. So you're seeing the picture here. There's a beautiful one right there. Could not even get up near its 10-period moving average, and then dropped another $30 right there in that one. So that's when I like to look at this, JP. I like to look at these things when the market has maybe bounced up into an area and then starting to maybe show weakness and flipping back over. This is where I'd pull this up and look for shorts because I know the stock is weak. It's below all its moving averages. Versus a market like we've seen for 2 days now that's been selling off. I typically, unless I'm looking for a momentum, trade to short, I probably would not be looking for swing trades, when the market has been hit for a couple of days. Hope that makes sense. All right, got another question. Okay, Sean, I find the stocks picked up by TI Scanner goes up quickly. Too late to place trade. What scanner should I look for that will give me enough time to analyze and place the order? Well, Sean, actually the stocks all today went down, I'm looking at a lot of these trades, and they weren't, they didn't happen fast. You obviously had times, to get in there. Now, some of those fast movers, you're correct. Some of those fast movers in the early morning can get away from you pretty quick. I think you're probably looking for more of a setup. Here's the problem when it comes to momentum, okay? A stock is not in momentum until you have volume and price direction. That's what's considered momentum, okay? So a setup could have potential momentum in the future, but it's kind of a guessing game, all right? Because what you're saying is, and a lot of people say this, I'd love to catch those rippers before they rip. The problem is, I can show you the setups, but only maybe one out or two out of the 10 setups are going to rip and have a lot of momentum to them. So that's kind of the quandary you face when you're looking for potential setups. I would maybe take a look. You can do a pullback strategy. Stocks that are up strong and pulling back. But honestly, I think a lot of your good trades. I know there were a lot of good ones yesterday in this Master Blaster. I mean, a lot of them are not going to work in this market condition. Okay, this is a very bearish price action we're seeing right here across the board, and you're going to get a lot of this where they have one move early in the morning and they just kind of slop around. That one's actually consistent momentum there a little bit. GD, there you go. Just ran right. And you're going to find a lot of this kind of action where they pop up, they run right into resistance, and then they fail. Just the nature of the market we're in right now. A little $2 stock that wants to keep going. That one was just downright ugly. Look at that one right there. You saw the momentum was there, the volume was there, everything was working great for this one. And what happened? It ran right into its resistance. That's what I love about using, these are high tickers, new high. When you use a new high ticker, our software will show you the next level of resistance, and there it is. And you can go back, and there's your level of resistance 3 months ago. So JP, what I would do, well, not JP, who was that? Sean. What I would do is send, if you're looking for a certain setup, I can help you build, a strategy that stocks that may have potential. But once again, it's kind of a guessing game because a lot of these stocks will set up. So let's take a look at this new, for example. Okay, we've been in a very bearish tape. Okay, but look, this had the right setup. It's above its moving average. This is a new issue because all we have is a 10 and 20. Had a little pop there, and look how it was holding this 10-period moving average. So the setup was there, but once again, we have no idea, if it's going to, if it's going to have this explosive move or not. It's just, I hate to say it's a guessing game. I mean, the beautiful thing about, trading stocks that are above their moving averages, especially this fast line right here, is you're putting the odds in your favor because this is kind of supporting the price action every time it comes. You can't even get near it, and it's bouncing. And so the reward to risk is very favorable. You're out if it breaks that moving average, but you're setting yourself up for explosive moves. So I can help you find things like that. But once again, yeah, Mike's give me some good suggestions in there. Yeah, I actually have. I'm glad you brought that up. Probably not going to be a lot of stuff in there right now, but let's pull up my bull flag intraday. And yeah, once again, I mean, when you get action like we're seeing lately, you're not going to find a lot of things in here. Let me see if I can go back to yesterday. Yeah, this was a great example of what we're talking about. Okay, this WPM, if you go back to yesterday, look at this flag here on the 15-minute. Okay, so that would have been, this is what Mike C is talking about. Okay, you have a stock that moves up and it trades sideways, right? It's forming that bull flag, and then you're putting yourself in a position here for a nice little move right there. It didn't go far, probably because of the market conditions, but still, that's the kind of pattern where you can see a nice setup. HCA going back to yesterday, well, it was setting up, but like I said, this market we have right now, guys, is just not conducive to a lot of these follow-through moves. Boy, strong daily pattern though. Boy, that doesn't care about the freight companies. Look at that move. That doesn't care about a bear market, does it? Anyway, I'll share this one with you so you can have it, Sean. This would be something like this would be a good one, potential. But a lot of these would have already had a move and they're flagging. So I don't know if these are setting up for like an explosive move, but they do have the potential. So I'll share this one with you. And I'll also share the daily one with you too, because a lot of the times those daily patterns can work as well. Let's see if anything's in there today. That's the intraday I just shared. Let's go to the daily setup. View in here. Let's take a look. Buyout. Now this one's kind of sloppy, but you can see what they have to do. They have to move a certain percent over the last 10 days. I think at least 3%, and then kind of trading sideways. That one's the ADRs. I kind of avoid. You're gonna, once we get into maybe a little reversal in the market and see a couple of updates, you'll see these setting up real nicely. That's an ADR, but look at that pattern. You've had a nice move up, and now it's trading sideways. Not one I would trade. I don't like these Morse code charts, dots and dashes, but you can see the pattern there. They have to move up and then kind of trade sideways. So this does work. It just current market conditions right now, not that great. I'll share that as well. All right, let me make sure I didn't miss anything. Oh, good. Okay. Iris, were you referring to the death row inmates, or are you referring to one of the bull flags I just dropped in there? You're welcome. You're welcome, Sean. Okay. Yeah, well, that bull flag can work. Then you might take a look when you have time. Go to the Alpha Predator channel. That looks for stocks that are in certain ranges, and they have to be kind of bullish on a lot of time frames. So anyway, that's go to that Alpha Predator channel and see. Well, let's take a look. Let me go. I like to use the docking channel. Docked channel bar. Pull that up and go to the Alpha Predator. And it's probably going to have a race in it. And there's that new that we saw earlier. FTech, even though it's a $1 stock, it's looking good on the last 2 days. It's up on the day. She's definitely showing relative strength. But what you could do is go to this channel right here, and you will see a race. And these are all going to be stocks that are in the in this window, I believe. Yeah, the action is heating up, so you can just pull this up and maybe check out some of those races. You're going to see some downside ones too in here. Looks like, boy, no, look at that sell-off, and then, woo, nice little bounce there. But just keep in mind, guys, all these windows, everything's subject to, the overall sentiment in the market, the overall price action in the market. So you might have a very good bull scan that will just pull up the spies here to kind of give you an idea that would work great during this long period that we've had over the last several months, couple of years. But now we're possibly on the other side of the mountain. I don't know. Time will tell, but those same scans are not going to be as effective in conditions like this. Okay, this is where you have to adapt. Maybe develop a backhand, and what I mean by that is this is Steve's idea, is you got to develop a short game, being able to short stocks. If you don't, you're going to have to be really nimble. The bull scans that worked so well back during this period, you're going to find that they're not working as well. Okay, they're not. Maybe they'll work for a little bit, so maybe you develop a strategy where you can get in and out and scalp real quick, but and be sure to cut your losses real quick, because it's just a different game right now. Okay, got some other questions. Did you pull the bull flag from the me? I missed. No, I actually had that bull flag set up. You can use the me, but those ones I shared, Pamela, they're gonna work. They're gonna work fine. The one in his scan may have a couple of other filters in it or conditions that have to be met. But I like the ones I have. So if you don't want to keep the Market Explorer up all the time, or you want to put the Market Explorer on something else, and then you can just use that bull flag one I just shared. Okay, hi Eric. How do you configure all tools at once to have an upper price of $5 if the price is one of the items used? I'm not sure, Eric. I get that. Let's see. How do you configure all tools at once to have an upper price of $5? Well, you really can't. I don't know what you mean by all tools at once. If you're in your configuration, okay, and anytime you go to price, you just want to. If you don't want anything above $5, you go to max and just put $5. That's going to basically only show you things that are $5 or below $5. And you can take, that's the thing about it, is you can take any of our windows and change them. All you do is go in and just change the price range, just put a max of $5. So you can take this Extreme High-Low Pro, which is one of my favorite, and put a limit on it at $5. Maybe you want to put a minimum of $1 and a maximum of $5. So you could do that as well. But I think that's what you're asking. How to add stock racing. Okay, JP, what you want to do, okay, you can add any top list that you have. Let's say if you want to add it to your window, all you got to do is just pull back. See, let's do this revenue growth fishing. It's not going to have any people in there. Let's change. Let me find something here. Let's just do the sector analysis. Let's say I want to do a stock race on my sector analysis. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. Let's do the composite rating. It's going to be better. All right. So let's say I want to run a race and then add that race to my default layout. What you want to do is right-click inside the window, and you want to go to real-time race. Let's say you just want 5 cars because you're going to replace cars, and so they will replace the ones. You just want to run 5 cars. If you run 20, it's going to take up a lot of your screens. Okay, so let's just run 5. We're going to sort this on, let's see, we're going to sort it on score. That's what it's sorted in here. Stock composite rating. We're going to base it on stock composite rating. We have the delta. So we have the race set. We want to replace cars, and let's say we want to auto rerun. So we want it to run over and over again. Okay, so everything's set up in there. We have it. So all we need to do now is we can start the race. Now, once you configure this, okay, you can start the race, and let's say now you want to save this right in your default layout. Well, you could go in and just save your layout, okay? And this should just stay as part of your layout. If you want to save this window, this is a separate window. You have all the parameters set. If you want to set this race and save it, you can just save and share to cloud, or save it to your cloud. So now I have this saved, and I can put it in any layout I want to. And really, you don't even need this window anymore. You can just run it as a separate, race window. If you go to my cloud, you're going to see that I have that composite rating 9. Okay, so let's say, let me do this. Let's say I save that to my cloud. That's probably the easiest way. Now you can put it on any layout that you have. Let's say you just want to have a layout of races, okay, which is pretty cool. So you can go through each top list and build your race parameters. Okay, now you have it saved in the cloud. Be sure you save them in the cloud. Now that you have them saved in the cloud, you can just pull this up and put it in any layout you want to. Okay, and be sure you set it auto start on load. So you want to click that as well. So anytime you load that layout, it's going to auto start right when you load it. Okay, so then you won't even have to hit the start button. Okay, as soon as you load your layout, it's going to start for you. So that's. I hope that makes sense for you, JP. You can save these windows just like you can save your top list, your alerts as well. So your races will be saved in your cloud. Then you could. That's a good idea. I may build me a layout, just a race layout, but I don't want too many of them. Does that make sense, JP? And you could do that in Alpha Predator. So you can go to that Alpha Predator window, and you can save that race in there to your cloud, and you can just pull it over to. Okay, good. You can pull it over to any layout that you want. Well, good. Okay, Pamela, how do you change the ticker of a docked window? Not sure. I copied over Barry's docked chart, but I don't see where I can change the ticker symbols. Are you talking about change the ticker symbol in the docked chart? You should be able to do it. So let me pull up a docked window. Okay, docked Alpha Predator. So yours should be just like this, right? You can't just click in there and type in like that. You should be able to change it just by clicking in the chart. It looks like it's not loading. In other words, the field is not loading in the chart. I'm not sure why that happens. It just kind of loads right in the middle of your docked window. Oh, I know why. Because this docked window is basically all one giant window. In other words, if I came in here and I clicked on this race right here and I saved and shared to cloud, it's not going to just share this race. It's going to share the whole docked window. So think of this whole docked window as just basically one massive window. Okay, so these are not individual windows anymore. Okay, they are all kind of intertwined into one mega window. So it probably is reason why when you click on here and you try to change a symbol, it basically comes into the center here, because it's going to change it for everything. Obviously not the race. The race is the race, but it's going to change your single stock window, your news, and your similar tab. So they're all kind of married together. Hope that makes sense. Hopefully that's working for you. I mean, you should be able to change any chart in a doc, even though it's in a doc. No, Eric, we do not offer time and sales or level 2 window. You can get all that from your broker. So we choose not to. I mean, pay for that data and provide it to you. Plus, it would just take up more room, take away from some of our better stuff. Okay, good, Pamela. I'm glad it worked. Yeah, it's kind of quirky getting familiar with docs. Once you play around with them for a while, they can come in very handy. The best thing to do is just spend some time. The hardest thing for me was figuring out how to do the layouts with all the arrows and pointing but yeah, play around with it. You'll definitely get the hang of it. Glad it's worked for you. Let's see. You wasn't typing. Yeah. I could see if your chart is way away from the center of your window. I could see where if you're typing where you're kind of could possibly miss it. Yeah, Stuart, I'll do my best that I can. I'm not really into those re-entries. Sorry about that. It's just not my something that I like to do. I never really focused on those re-entries, so you might want to have to send that question to info@trade-ideas.com, and if somebody. But I think what happens, you're talking about APPN. So this is a short, and I believe what it will do is if you get stopped out and you have re-entry selected, what it will do, I think if it retraces, I can't remember if it retraces half or that it actually goes back to the alert price, it will fire off another trade for you if you have re-entry selected. So what it is, a lot of times we notice that they'll barely get stopped out, and then they'll start performing again. And then for people who want to try re-entry, it will trigger another alert for you or get you back in. Okay, thank you, Chris. Chris says it's a halfway point. So it's a halfway point. So in other words, what happened is APPN did barely get stopped out. Man, really seen a couple of trades where it stops us out by a nose lately. And then what happens is if it retraces half the way back between the stop and the alert, it will re-trigger. No. Well, Holly doesn't. We do not. Holly doesn't do it in the main strategy trades window that you have. Now, if you have that selected on your Brokerage Plus, yes, it's going to initiate a second trade, but only if you select it. And remember, Holly is not trading. These are alerts. Okay, so you would actually have to set that parameter up to do it for you. You can do it in sim trading. You can test it out in sim trading. I've just never. To me, I've always been the type, if I get stopped out, I'm done. I'm on to the next trade. But you do have that option. Hope that makes sense, Stuart. Some great questions today. Yeah, here's and Stuart is going about this the right way. For you guys, who are on the test drive and playing around with Holly, that's the beautiful thing about the sim trader. You can You can play around with it by using Holly's conservative exit. I'm going to tell you this right now. In our back office, we track all this data. Moderate is by far the best as far as performance in our back office. But a lot of traders like to trade this manually. They see, Holly's going to point them to some great potential setups, and but they like to take the ones that's appealing to their eyes, and that's the kind of the way I am. I will take some of Holly's trades, but I necessarily, just won't hook up the trader and let it, trade away for me. That's just not my style. It's a lot of your old traders like me has been trading forever. They kind of like to be in control. That doesn't mean Holly makes some great great suggestions. And but back to my point, hey, if you're new to Trade Ideas and you subscribe, and we hope that you will, don't feel like you have to rush into anything. Play around with that Holly. Like I said, the market will always be here. You can always auto trade Holly in sim mode, and then maybe on your own take a few of the trades. But that's what the simulator was built for you guys to practice and practice and practice and more practice. And here's something I'd like to do. I would like to look at the chart. If I'm short, maybe let's say I'm short this Quingy, and I see it coming down to this 5-day average, and it's come down here 4 times, already. Well, if it can't get through, maybe I want to ring the bell. It's a nice little gain there. It's already hit the target, and as far as the conservative risk goes, so. Because the last thing I'd want to happen is it hit my target. I didn't take profits, which is okay. It may want to go down to $3. Who knows? But if this thing bounces up and hits a 1-hour high and starts trying to work through its moving average here, sometimes better judgment, common sense, wins. That's a heck of a profit. 26%, Sometimes maybe ring the bell on half and let the other half, work. All right. Let's see. Pamela, I went to the back test, and moderate was the winner in most cases. There you go. Thanks, Pamela. Appreciate that. JP, I understand TI is useful for a lot of different trading styles. Is there one particular channel that tends to be better? I understand they relate to risk tolerance and experience, but just curious. I can point out kind of our popular channels. Obviously, the Holly AI is a popular channel. A lot of people want come over to check out our AI. The Momo channel is a good one. You're going to find in that one my Extreme Master Blaster. One thing about momentum, you are not going to miss any momentum with this Extreme Master Blaster. The only thing that's in here, guys, that some of you might not like, but I like when I built it, is the stock has to be hitting like a 10-day high. I have found during my 17 years of trading momentum that stocks that are in what I call no man's land, that will a lot of times come through your momentum alerts that are just not going anywhere. They're stuck in the middle of a 5-day range, and those can get you in trouble. So I look for stocks that are at least breaking out of a 10-day range. There's plenty of them out there you're going to find, especially in strong markets. But get back to your question, Momo Minim, right there, that's a popular one. Alpha Predator is a popular one. Obviously, pre-market, that's probably the most used because everybody goes to pre-market in the pre-market. You can get some good ideas for you swing traders out there. The swing ideas can be it's a pretty decent alerts for swing trading. You cannot use momentum in pre-market. The best thing to do if you're looking for momentum in pre-market, Art, is to use the pre-market that we have now. The reason is it has the stock races in it. So I love this idea of the pre-market with the stock races. Now you're going to see the up gappers and the down gappers, but this is going to be your best thing for finding momentum, because any of those stocks in pre-market that are taking off, you're going to be taking off in the cars, the winners. Now this is not going to work, obviously, because well, it depends on how they have it set up. Yeah, anyway, it doesn't matter. This is going to be your best idea for stocks moving in pre-market. And I love this because when you're looking at up gappers in the morning, okay, these are sorted by percent of gap. Well, this AMN, it may have gapped up to 20% and been just bleeding all morning. So why do you want to focus on that? You know, that's going down. So what this race is going to show you, it's going to show you the cars that are gapping up in pre-market, but the ones that are actually moving higher. And that's what you want to see. You're welcome, Art. Uh-oh, is my mic messing up again? Well, let me do something here. I got a lot of races going on over here. Let me close down some of the stuff. I am running a lot of stuff right now. See if that helps a little bit. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can fix it real quick.
Wow.
Testing. You guys hear me? Is that better? Okay. Yeah. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. All right. Well, I only got a few minutes left. Boy, this has probably been the most productive session I think I've had. Great questions. Yeah, you guys let me know the moment it crackles. It seems to only do it on this OBS, but I guess I need to get me a new mic. The SPYs keep bumping in their head into that 15-period moving average. I'm sorry, the 10-period moving average on the 15-minute chart, and going lower. Sean, I don't have to, excuse me, I don't have to share it. You have access to it. What you want to do to get it, Sean, is go to New. Make sure you launch a docked channel bar. That's what you want to find, the docked channel bar, and just launch it. And then we pre-built all these channels in here for you. Just click on the pre-market and you're going to have it. Hope you saw that, Sean. Yeah, just make sure you go to New and just go to Dock Channel Bar. And you're gonna have a lot to choose from in there, and pre-market is one of them. And excuse me, as we close out, guys, I can't. This Holly, once again, unemotional, and a lot of shorts today. And you can learn a lot from Holly, even if you don't want to load up on that many shorts. And I can understand shorting can be scary at times, but maybe it can prevent you from trying too many longs, because it's kind of showing you definitely directional bias in the market today. take a look at the cues real quick. And yep, they're going lower. Now this is kind of a level, but it is a Friday, guys. It's a Friday. A lot of instability out there, and I just don't. I think I told Steve this morning. It's like, man, who wants to buy right now going into this weekend? And you're seeing that, and so I'm not expecting a big rally. Doesn't mean we can't have one, but that being said, we are coming to a nice little level here in the Qs. We'll have to see if they can defend this level right here, because below that, and you can see this is definitely a pivot level. Even if I moved it a little bit higher, which we're already kind of through. I mean, we bounce at this level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, almost 6 times. So below this, yeah, it can get pretty ugly. I can share this layout, and this will kind of give you let me make sure I close out some of these ones I'm not using here. Now I do have monitors on my other window, so if you're using a single monitor, they're going to be stacked on top of each other. It's kind of what happens when you share layouts. A lot of times, if you have a different size monitor or a different resolution, sometimes they come over jumbled, and you're going to have to kind of move them around and place them where you like, but you will get all the windows. So let me just go ahead and save this and share it for you. The way you do that, it's a little bit different than sharing a single window, because you're sharing a lot of windows. You go to File, and you go to Save or Share to Cloud, and you want to do Entire Layout. Okay, that's going to check all your windows in there, and we'll just name this Andy's Layout. Save and share, and copy all, and there you go. Now, one of the windows here is going to have a symbol list attached to it. That is my sector analysis. Okay, these are sectors. So you're probably not going to pull up data unless you have this window. Well, you're not unless you have this window in there. Let me share that with you. Now they're probably going to come off. You're going to have to put them when you build the list. There's going to have to be like this, where you put them in and space, enter, and so they have to be stacked on top of each other like that. So you're going to have to separate them and do that. Oh man, they didn't even make spaces for you. All right, guys, top of the hour, and the market is on lows as we speak, and getting uglier and uglier out there. So be careful. Cash is a position, all right? So cash can be a very valuable position, and this is one of those times, if you don't feel like shorting, or if you're not short and you don't want to short now, just, hey, nothing wrong with being in cash. All right, let me let Barry know, and you guys have a great weekend. We got next week too for all you guys who are in the test drive. So looking forward to next week. We'll be doing these all next week as well. So come in here and ask your questions, and we'll definitely help you out. And yeah, you guys are welcome. Thank you for all your thank yous. All right, have a great weekend, guys.
It's not parabolic. Well, not now. I don't know. Let's see. I mean, I'd be liking this. I'd love to see it base for a while and then drop. It gives you a good stop, but we'll see. The AI gets out of every trade at the end of the day, yes. It's more for statistical reasons, okay? But the AI does get out of every trade by the end of the day. All right, guys, one reason. I've got my sound toggle off. Okay, so now, see if I get any new alerts. Yeah, Bloomin', no Real was talking about Bloomin' a lot earlier, so probably at a nice short from up in this area, BLMN. Meanwhile, what is the market doing? Okay, so, well, let's take a look at the sectors. I guess when we last looked, 78% of the tech stocks were up. I doubt it now. So look at energy. Well, okay, there's energy. So there is, yeah, look at tech. I mean, the last time we looked, and look at the NAS. I mean, last time we looked, about 78% of them were up for the day. So the market, there's no strong sector, not even energy. Sometimes energy, is when the overall market's down, sometimes energy looks good, but there's no strong sector today as we speak. Ha! Thank you, Denver Tom. I forgot to even have that up there. Yeah, so what Denver, actually this is in the folder, I guess. Yeah, if I am going to swing, I'm checking the date. So every time I check on an alert, I mean, that's the first thing I'm doing, of course. I'm not looking to swing it, but, as an intraday trade. So I'm looking to see, because, again, virtually everything I check, I click on, if it's a real-time alert, is near the high or the low of the day. So now I'm looking to see, okay, how much room does it have before it hits the next high, either on the daily, weekly, or monthly chart? If it's got a lot of room, and the 200-day moving average is far enough away, and it's not going to have earnings the next day, it becomes a potential for a swing trade for me. But I don't swing trade very much. But if I were going to, if somebody said, well, now what? Now you've got to. That's exactly what I'd be doing. Just like what Denver put in here. This is up in this folder here, I guess. Here's the folder. My 4 rules for swing trading. Yeah, okay, guys. I noticed this OEC actually turned into a pretty decent little short. This is an earnings play short. And so we had an alert on it at 12:14. The price was 17.91, and it's it's inching its way down. Not fabulous because it looks like there's some decent support not that far away, but The low, yeah, 17. I mean, but you know, from 1776, if it got anywhere close to 17, that'd be pretty good. Now, this one had earnings yesterday. LTHM, bit of a rocky day. You know, it actually got as high as 25.48, closed down here at 21, and now it is continuing lower. LTHM. So this is a 101.16. So this is a longer than 5 minute halt for Sky H. It's interesting because it's a pretty big float, 50 million. So this was a SPAC, became Sky H. So when it was a SPAC, I guess it wasn't that volatile because this is now a lifetime high. Do I day trade? Yes, Roy. Yes.